Advocate Butler.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Moretle.
Good morning, Council.
Ms. Moretle, thank you very much for coming back today. I know we all hoped we would finish with you tomorrow, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
So we have your affidavit that you've made before this tribunal.
Yes.
And I listened to your evidence yesterday.
Yes.
There were just a few things that I needed to clear up, that I need to understand a bit better, that I'd like to just ask you about this morning.
Okay.
So you will know by now, since you said you'd been following the proceedings, that Ms. Mengo disputes certain versions that you put in your affidavit, but there are also a lot of things in your affidavit that she agrees with and that she aligns with. So I just want to take you through those first briefly so that you can comment on them if you want to.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mengo agrees that you typed the complaint. I accept that you say you didn't type the whole complaint, and we'll come back to that in due course. But she says her version is that you typed the complaint while she narrated to you, that she was very emotional at the time. She agrees with you about that. And that she showed you screenshots of her cell phone as you were going in the process.
Yes.
And that later on, she emailed those screenshots to you. Correct?
Yes.
So you both agree on that. Then her evidence was that you did not make a copy of the signed complaint that ultimately you took to the Chief Justice.
Yes.
You both agree on that.
Yes.
And in fact, you go further in your affidavit and you say that was because it was not the practice to make a copy of a complaint of this nature before you took it to the Chief Justice, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then Ms. Mengo agrees with you that on 9 December, you called her saying that the affidavit had been misplaced. Sorry, it wasn't on 9 December, it was a bit later.
Yes, it was a bit later.
Yeah. And that it had been misplaced and that she must do a new complaint in the form of an affidavit.
Yes.
We're on the same page. Okay. And she also agrees with you that you sent her what we'll call a pro forma affidavit. That was an affidavit with the introductory portions and the closing commissioner's portion of the affidavit completed.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And she agrees that she couriered a signed, commissioned copy of that to you in January.
Yes, that's correct.
I think it was the 18th of January.
Yes, somewhere there.
Okay. Now, there are also things that she disputes. Okay,
Yes.
so I'd like to take you through that so that you can comment on it. You have an opportunity to respond. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Mengo disputes that she had her laptop with her on the 7th and 8th of December when she came to Johannesburg. And she disputes that she typed any part of that complaint. Do you want to respond?
That is not correct. She had her laptop, as I've indicated, because she said she was going to work. She brought it so that she can finalize the judgment that she was working on.
Okay.
So because it was late and I had to leave, I said, you carry on so that we finish. Because remember, I was instructed that the complaint needs to be finalized before she returns back.
Yes.
Yes.
I recall that evidence. Her version is that she did not have a laptop with her and that there were no judgments. She was not given opportunity to place this part of the evidence before you, but if she were asked, she would say that there were no judgments that she had outstanding at that time because it was the end of term and the last work that she had to do before the end of term was in criminal court and that there were no judgments. But you won't know anything about that, so I won't ask you to respond to that. I have your version. Now, on your affidavit, you say that Advocate Potgieter specifically asked you to bring your laptop with you. Is that correct? So I want to put it to you that that's why you were asked to bring your laptop specifically, because Advocate Potgieter knew that Ms. Mengo did not have a laptop and that you would have to assist her by typing the complaint. Would you like to respond?
Come again, please.
So, sure. Advocate Potgieter asked you to bring your laptop when she asked you to come and assist a complainant, correct?
Yes.
And you said that specifically in your affidavit and also in your evidence yesterday.
Yes.
So I want to put to you that she specifically asked you to bring your laptop so that you could type the complaint because Ms. Mengo did not have a laptop with her.
At the time when we met at Advocate Potgieter's office, she did not have a laptop. But when we got to the hotel, when we were checking in, that's when she took the luggage. That's when she brought her laptop with her.
Okay, that's the first time we've heard that in these proceedings. Ms. Mengo's version, as I put to you, is that she did not have a laptop.
That is not correct.
Okay. She also disputes that you left her hotel room at about 9 o'clock. She says that actually you left after midnight when the affidavit was completed. And in fact, she was so worried about you leaving so late that she sent you a thank you card after the event to thank you for staying so late with her because she was worried about you getting home.
Yes, but it was not at midnight. It was around 9 o'clock.
So she sent you a thank you card to say thank you for staying with her until 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. Then Ms. Mengo agrees with you that the next morning you both met at the offices of the OCJ in Midrand, that you printed the affidavit and that she had emailed the annexes to you and you put that together and together you went to the police station to commission it.
Yes.
Okay. She also says she never had a copy of that complaint because you had the only copy and you confirmed that the only printed copy was the one that was commissioned that you then took to the Chief Justice.
I didn't get that you say.
She says she never had a copy of the complaint. Okay. Ms. Mengo's version was you had the only copy of the complaint. I'll let you respond to that first.
I didn't give her the copy of the complaint because she finalized the complaint when she typed the previous night. So she ought to have saved it on her laptop. So I can't give her a copy of something that she already has.
So she ought to have saved it on her laptop.
Yes, because in order for me to give me a final version of what I'm supposed to print, I'm supposed to take it from you with the memory stick, which we did.
So you printed from a memory stick?
Yes.
And you saved it to your laptop?
Yes, after I got it with the memory stick, I saved it on my laptop, hence I had a copy. Yes, and an unsigned copy.
You had an unsigned copy?
Yes.
On your laptop?
Yes.
In response to your version about the memory stick, Ms. Mengo says she never saved anything to a memory stick on the 7th or 8th of December. The only memory stick that she recalls was one that you gave to her much later when she moved to Johannesburg after she'd had a death threat. And that's towards the end of January 2023. And you gave her that memory stick so she could save the second complaint on because you wanted to make sure you had an electronic copy of that one.
That's not correct. She gave me the second complaint came from her because she coded it. So why would I also give her a copy of the complaint that she also had?
No, sorry, I'm not. That's not what I meant to suggest. You gave her the memory stick to save a copy of the second complaint on, so you had an electronic version.
I gave it to her, the second complaint.
No. You gave her the memory stick so that she could save the second complaint on the memory stick and give it to you, so you had an electronic copy. Because she had couriered you only a hard copy.
Yes, and I made copies of that.
But you didn't have an electronic copy, correct?
Of the second one. I did when she couriered to me, I made a copy.
You made an electronic copy?
I made a hard copy for the Chief Justice and also saved an electronic copy for myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so she disputes that. And then I want to move to January this year.
Yes.
Now, in January this year, when these proceedings were about to start, the respondent's attorneys requested a copy of what they call the original complaint.
Yes.
Okay. And I think there's a series of emails. They're in Chair in Exhibit 2. And they start from about the relevant portions, page 1422. You don't need to go to that. I'll tell you what they say, and if you want to look at the emails, you're welcome to.
Okay.
So in January this year, the respondent's attorneys requested a copy of what they call the original complaint, and on the 10th of January, there's an email from Ms. Mbali Sontra advising that you had indicated, in fact, I'll read you that portion of the email. Give me a minute. Okay, so Ms. Sontra says, and this is at page 1422, Chair. Does the witness have a copy of Exhibit 2?
No.
No. Okay, let me read it to you. It's an email from Ms. Sontra to all of the legal representatives and the tribunal in this matter. And she says, "Dear Mr. Ngube, I refer to the letter dated 10 January 2025 and wish to respond as follows. I received the communication on 13 December 2024, and I then telephoned Ms. Moretwe, who was the secretariat at the time when the complaint was lodged, sometime in December 2020. Oh, I see you've got a copy. Do you want to just go to page 1422?
Page what?
1422.
Yeah, but then it's not page 142.
Yes, I'm there.
You have it. Okay. So I won't then read the whole email since you have it, but if you look...
Yes, just to indicate to you, our pagination doesn't coincide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Our
Chair.
1422 is something completely different, but we've found the letter that you're reading, which
Thank
on
you.
our pagination is 1418.
1418. Okay. So it is the email of January 10th. Have you got the right one, Ms. Moretwe? It's
Yes.
an email from January 10th, Friday, January 10th.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So you'll see midway through, in fact, the second to last paragraph of that email, that Ms. Sontra says, during our telephonic conversation, Ms. Moretwe then undertook to look for the said complaint. She came back to me and stated she can't find it in her emails, and I should search in her old office, which is currently occupied by Mr. Ramaisa. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then later on, she says she confirms that they're currently still searching for the file, and she was intending to advise later today on the status. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then ultimately, as I understood your evidence, they didn't find anything in your office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went through your emails on 10 January, did you find anything?
When I went through on the 10th,
Her email says, during our telephonic conversation, well, let me take one step back. She says, look at paragraph 2 of that email. I received the communication on 13 December.
yes.
And I then telephoned Ms. Moretwe, who was the secretariat at the time when the complaint was lodged, sometime in December 2022. I inquired about the complaint. She confirmed that there was indeed an initial complaint lodged at the time, and CJ Zondo was not satisfied with the complaint and asked the secretariat to ask the complainant to lodge another complaint, which is the one that's in the papers currently. During our telephonic conversation, Ms. Moretwe then undertook to look for the said complaint. So maybe I'm wrong about the 10 Jan, but at some point, Ms. Sontra asked you to look for this, asked you if you had the complaint, and you told her you'd looked through your emails.
Yes, that's
Is that
correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was about?
The initial call that I got was sometime in December, and I kept telling them that to look for the complaint in my old office, which they did. And then they called me again sometime in January to ask me about the complaint, and because they couldn't find them. And then I still said to them, go look for it in the office, because at that time I had forgotten that it was misplaced. Yes.
So in December, early Jan, you'd forgotten that it had been misplaced.
Yes, I had forgotten that totally it was misplaced. That's the reason why the Chief Justice requested that the complainant do a new complaint.
Okay.
Yes.
But you remembered the complaint.
The complaint.
You
yes.
remembered the existence of the complaint.
Yes, I do remember that.
You just forgot that it had been misplaced.
Yes.
Okay. And yesterday in your evidence, you said that you remembered that it had been misplaced when you heard the complainant testify. I think you said you'd watch the evidence of the first day.
Yes, I did watch, not the entire, but yes, I did watch. So that's when it jogged my memory to say that it was misplaced. That's why they couldn't find it in my old office.
So do you recall what jogged your memory? What did you see that jogged your memory?
When she just said that, I called her to inform her that the Chief Justice has said that the complaint was misplaced, had been misplaced.
Sorry, I must understand you correctly. Who called who?
I recalled when she testified to say that I called her to inform her that the Chief Justice called me to inform me that the complaint had been misplaced and that she needed to do a new complaint in a form of an affidavit, and that in addition to that, the Chief Justice explained that although he had read the complaint, he had the difficulty of understanding the screenshot and the complaint as to which screenshot related to which event in the complaint.
Okay.
Yes.
So just to be clear, you were watching the testimony on the first day,
Yes.
and you heard Miss Mengo saying that you had told her, that you had called her
Yes.
to tell her that she needed to redo this complaint.
Yes.
And then soon after that, you happened to discover a copy of the complaint on your personal folder. Is that correct?
Yes, because initially I was searching for it in the JSC folder that I had created.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So as and when I was going through my personal folder, which was in my laptop, I then discovered a complaint where it was named Miss Mengo. When I opened it, I saw that it was the complaint, the initial complaint, but it was not commissioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And when was that?
When was
that you went through that process of finding this?
I think it was on the 13th of January, because I immediately sent it to Ms. Songa to give it to present it to the tribunal.
Okay. So to run through that morning of the 13th of January, you watched the evidence, you heard Ms. Mengo talking about you phoning her to tell her to do a new complaint.
Yes.
You looked at your laptop.
Don't know, when I looked at my top, I was not looking for it specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I just came through it when I was looking for something else. That's when I discovered that this is where I had saved it.
Mm.
Yes.
So if we look at the emails, you sent an email. In fact, we'll find you the reference in a minute. You sent an email to Ms. Sontra at 12:53 p.m. on the 13th of January.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where you gave her the complaint that you found on your computer.
Yes.
Does that sound correct?
I think
Do you want me
so.
to take you to the email?
Yes, you can show me.
Okay, I'm just going to try and it's my page 1420, but it's an email. In fact, it's not 1420. Give me 1 minute. Okay, it's 1419. Does that accord with your pagination? Do you have an email there from yourself to Ms. Mbali Sontra, Monday,
Yes.
13 January? Do you have
Yes.
that? Okay, Chair, I'm not sure what page that is on your bundle.
Your pagination is correct.
If it assists, it's probably 4 pages in from the top of the bundle. So it's the first, second, yeah, the fourth. It should be the 4th page. No.
All right, it is this one. We have it.
Okay, thank you. So on Monday, 13 January, you at 12:53 p.m. you sent Ms. Mbali the complaint that you found on your computer.
That is correct, Council.
Okay, and you said that you part of that process leading up to that was you remembered it had been misplaced because you heard Miss Mengo talking about it in her evidence.
Yes.
But yes, I heard that evidence of yours yesterday, and it concerned me. So I went and looked at the transcript of the 13th of January, which we can provide you if you need it. But let me put my point to you first. When you look at the transcript of the 13th of January, by 12:53, by 1 o'clock, which is the lunch break, Miss Mengo had not even mentioned the complaint. She hadn't mentioned the misplaced complaint at all. In fact, that whole morning of the evidence had been taken up by procedural discussions, by opening statements, and then by Miss Mengo starting evidence talking about her dispute with the court manager.
Okay.
So I want to put it to you that you could not have had your memory jogged about the misplaced complaint by hearing Miss Mengo testify about the complaint before 12:53 on the 13th of January. Is it possible that you're mistaken in your memory about that?
It's possible that I've mistaken. Maybe I did find the original first, and then when she later testified about the misplacement part, that it jogged my memory that it initially was misplaced. It's possible.
You see, Ms. Moretbe, I find this difficult to believe because a case like this is not an ordinary case. You yourself talked about it as being very sensitive, so sensitive that you didn't even save the document to your work computer. I would imagine that you don't get complaints against a judge president very often. Have you had any others?
We had, but not relating to sexual harassment.
Okay. So this was unusual. The process was unusual. You had to go to a complainant's hotel room and sit and type with her into the night. You had to deliver something to the Chief Justice. He told you that this was misplaced. You had to get another complaint. There's nothing usual or ordinary about this. And you also went through your emails on the 10th of January, before this process even started, when Ms. Sonta asked you for the complaint. So I'm finding it difficult to believe that you wouldn't remember that you had a saved copy of this document on your laptop, that it had been misplaced, but you say you remembered everything that happened on the 7th of December and the 8th of December with perfect clarity. Do you want to respond to that?
I did not recall, Counsel. Hence, I was referring my former colleagues to go and look for the file. I did not remember at the time that it was misplaced.
Yes, but you remember everything that happened with Ms. Mengo on the 7th and 8th of December clearly. You say that your memory there is not flawed.
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave that for argument. I just have a final series of questions for you. Now, when you sent your complaint to the JSC on the 13th of January, you told us yesterday that you just sent the complaint. It had no annexures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the same day, when we received that complaint, because all the parties here received it together, when we received that, the respondent's legal team emailed Ms. Sonka and asked for the annexures to the complaint.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, you were asked about it yesterday by the evidence leader, but I can tell you that they asked for the annexures to the complaint and their emails in the bundles. And Ms. Sontra responded the next day, that's the 14th of January this year, and she attached a document called Mengo Annexure A, which are the annexures to the complaint. Okay. Yesterday, you were asked by the evidence leader whether you had provided the annexures to Ms. Sonta. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said you had not provided to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know where she got the annexures from?
I'm not sure. Maybe in my own office or in the folder, the JSC folder that I gave to her, but I'm not sure.
What JSC folder is that?
When I handed over to her, it related to all the JSC complaints, the judicial things that related to the JSC, the Judicial Committee, tribunals, up-and-coming tribunals, yes.
Is that an electronic folder?
Yes, it was. It was in a hard drive. It was a hard drive.
It was a hard drive?
Yes.
But you said you had checked that initially when you were looking for the complaint when she asked for it.
In my one, the one that I had.
So the one you had is different to the one you gave her?
I think so, because at some point I had what I had saved got lost, and when we met at the JSC interviews again, I asked her to transfer some of the things for me.
Ms. Moretwe, I'm getting even more concerned now because we're now hearing about things that were not saved. We're hearing about different folders. But yesterday, your evidence was there was one JSC folder that you used as a transitional folder to pass on any documents when you left the office.
Yes, it was
Now
a
you
hard
s-
drive to Mbali, yes.
And now you're saying everything may not have been on there.
I also had mine that I took from that one.
And you say you checked, which one did you check when you were looking for the complaint, when you were requested for the original
The
complaint?
electronic one that I had.
And did you ask Ms. Sonka to look at the version she had?
Yes, I have always referred to check on that one as well.
Okay. So is it likely that the annexures were on that folder?
Possibly.
It's possible,
Yes, I'm not.
but nobody found it.
I don't know whether it was found or what, so I can't comment on it.
All right. Now, your affidavit says that at the time that you made your affidavit, which was the 17th of February this year, you had deleted the annexures off your email.
The screenshots.
Okay,
Yes.
your affidavit says annexures, but you saying it was well, the annexures are screenshots, are they not?
Yes, the screenshots that form part of the Annexure A bundle.
Okay, I'll read you that paragraph. Paragraph 13 of your affidavit says, after all the screenshots were printed, sorry, Chair, it's, sorry, I'll find you the reference now. Mine is not paginated. It's in bundle 5, I think.
692.
Thank you, Judge Pretorius. I'm grateful for that. 692 in bundle 5.
692.
Do you have that?
I have.
It's your affidavit.
Yes, I
you
have
have
an
a copy of
affidavit.
it.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So at paragraph 13 of your affidavit, you say, after all the screenshots were printed, we bundle them together. We mark them as Annexure A to the complaint. I don't recall the number of screenshots she sent to my email as I'd already deleted them at the time of preparing this affidavit.
That is correct.
Is that correct? You stand by that?
Yes.
So when did you delete the annexures?
That was after I've left JSC.
When? Can you put a date for us?
I left JSC around at the end of July 2003.
So around July.
2023.
So you deleted the annexures
From my emails.
from
In
your
my-
email.
Yes, I'm referring to that when I say I deleted. It was from my emails, the screenshots that Miss Mengo had sent to me to print. Those are the ones that I deleted.
Okay. So if Ms. Sontra had annexures to provide to this tribunal, she didn't receive them from you.
No.
All right. Ms. Moretwe, I must tell you that I find your evidence concerning and that I will argue that your version should not be accepted, particularly as it relates to Ms. Mengo in due course. Do you want to respond to that?
I have no comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Mr. Sikakane.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Murata, let me start with the elephant in the room while you were cross-examined now. Let me start with that issue at the end.
Okay.
There are two versions, and that's what causes the anxiety.
Yes.
Your version and Ms. Mengo's version are mutually destructive in this way, and I want your comment. You testified that Ms. Mengo had her laptop, therefore her laptop had the initial complaint, right?
Yes.
She testified that she didn't. She had no reference to the initial complaint. No, she had no copy. She had nothing electronic, although there were things that are similar, but let's leave that for now.
Yes.
That is the elephant in the room here. What has caused what is. So, do you agree with me
Yes, Council.
that these two versions are mutually exclusive? One is untrue.
That's correct, Council.
And if it's either you are not telling the tribunal the truth, or Miss Mengo did not tell the tribunal the truth.
Yes.
Do you want to comment?
Yes, Councillor. Like I've explained, Miss Mengo had brought when we arrived at the hotel, and then she offloaded her things. She had a luggage, and then she had a laptop, and she had the bag. At the time we're at the office, she had her handbag at all times. It's only when we go to the office that now she had a laptop and her luggage and a handbag. And then, as I've explained, because it was too late, around past 9, I had to get home. I then asked her that, well, because we are not finished, can she continue typing, finalizing the document? Because it was a very, very long story. Even, at the hotel, she would still get emotional as well.
Yes.
And then, so she had the complaint. The morning when she came to the office with the laptop, and then there was a memory stick. I don't recall whether it was from her or myself, where we uploaded the complaint, and I printed it so that we can take it to commission. But I think after, when we're dealing, I also saved the uncommissioned one. I also saved it for my laptop. So she also had a copy of that. I also had a copy of it.
Yes.
Just a minute, because there might have been a confusion that you didn't intend. So I want that clarification.
Yes, President.
At the time when she was at the office, you saw her at the office after you had been called by the advocate?
Yes.
Now, that was at the office of the OCJ.
Yes, President.
At that stage, did Mr. Mengo have her laptop?
No. She only had her handbag.
Yes.
Yes.
At which stage did you notice that she had her laptop?
When we got to the hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Because they had booked her, she had a rental car, so everything was there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Right, Ms. Merkel. Let me complete this part, and then we'll go sequentially again.
Okay.
Because it's what I think caused what you went through now. So, because you were watching the proceedings, something that is uncontroversial at all that was established was that the complaint, the second, let's call it, you call it the new complaint in your emails, the second complaint about which we are today, in certain parts, which is consistent with your version, is the same as the initial one, including mistakes, including spaces between where the word ends and where the full stop. That's identical, absolutely identical. Throughout, except new things. Do you have any comment about what would cause that identical nature of the two?
It can only be identical if you had the copy of the first one.
Right. Let me go back to the sequence.
Yes.
Lex, now we're going to your job. You started working at in 2022 as state law advisor, right? That's
Yes.
what you told us.
But I've been there in the beginning of 2019. I was also there.
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, you also tell us that you're quite familiar with the complaints against judges because that's what you dealt with.
Yes, Council.
This also means that you were the recipient of complaints that complainants brought against a judge, right?
Yes, together with my other colleagues, yes.
Yes. In fact, am I correct that your office, and I don't mean you, I mean the office,
Yes, Council.
is the arbiter of those complaints? It means it receives them and determines them.
Yes, Council, that's correct.
In fact, it is your office, and that includes you and the Chief Justice and everybody else, that must determine whether a complaint is valid or not.
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, while we are there, I'm right to say that that is the only role of your office as recipients of the complaints. You process them and you make sure that they are dealt with fairly and without prejudice.
That is correct.
Right. In fact, I take it that one of your core responsibilities, as you said, was to summarize, sometimes write a memorandum to give to the Chief Justice, right?
That is correct.
You also said that you served as the Judicial Complaints Commission and the JCC, right?
Secretariat, yes.
Secretary of that. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sikakono, but the Judicial Compliance Commission and the JCC is the same thing.
Yes, sorry, I made a mistake. Yeah, I made a mistake there. I think it's she understands what I mean. You
Yes.
are what you are.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
Thank you. Thank you. There are so many JCC and right. Are there other responsibilities that the Section 16, 15, 16, 17 impose on you about how you process a complaint, other than the ones you've told us, which is to receive, to make sure that the Chief Justice receives them, and to make sure that to determine whether they are valid? Are there any other responsibilities that you have
In terms of?
in relation to complaints that
Okay.
you can think of?
Well, in terms of, it depends. If it's Section 17, you know that you will receive a complaint, and then the Chief Justice will designate it to a particular member, a JCC member, to deal with that complaint. So you make a copy of that complaint and the letter of referral to the designated member to deal with the complaint. So after if there's a letter and then the complaint, I will give it to the JCC member to deal with that complaint. After the JCC member receives that complaint, once they've read it, they will tell me to issue a letter to the respondent
Yes.
requesting a written submissions as to the complaint that has been lodged against them.
Perfect.
Yes.
And am I correct, therefore, that in terms of Section 16, when you've received this, Section 16(1) of the JSA Act, right? JSC Act,
Yes.
the Chief Justice, if the complaint is valid,
Yes.
must refer it to the committee. Am I correct? Is
The
that
JCC, that's correct,
the
Council.
JCC? I'm
Yes.
correct this time, the JCC, the right JCC.
Yes.
Right. Am I correct that the Chief Justice and your office, as the arbiters of complaints, your job ends with processing it and making sure that it moves to the committee?
Remember, as the Chief Justice was the chairperson at the time, the complaint was given to him to consider.
Yes.
And then he read the complaint. And then after he established that if there's a likelihood, I don't recall the act from my head, Council.
It's the
Yes,
likelihood.
the matter will then be referred to the Judicial Conduct Committee to consider whether to refer the complaint to the tribunal. Hence, I said that at some point the Chief Justice asked me to write the letter where we refer the complaint to the JCC.
Yes. No, I get
Yes.
that. I get
Yes,
that. So
Council.
that's the role. That's what happened when your office receives it, is that it determines. And if it's not valid, does the Act tell us? Does the process tell what happens if it's not?
You mean in terms of if the complaint is not valid?
It's not valid, and there's maybe it's not valid, and there's no likelihood that it would lead to impeachment or charge of misconduct. What happens?
If a complaint is not valid,
Yes.
normally if it depends against on the seriousness of the offense, if it will be dealt with in terms of Section 6, if it's 16 and it was referred to the JCC, and then they sat. And when they consider the complaint, they establish that it's not valid. Then they will dismiss the complaint.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh.
The Act says if valid, the Chief Justice must then refer it. And I'm asking you, and if not,
Then it would not be referred to the Judicial Conduct Committee.
and what happens to it?
It will be, then it means it probably fell under Section 15 complaints.
Which means?
We're not talking about in a sense if it's a sexual harassment. We're just talking it in.
No, I'm not in terms of which conduct. I'm saying a complaint. And
We are not even
Oh.
talking specifically about this case.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's just the general.
Okay.
Procedure.
If it's
Thank you, Chair. That's
if it's not valid, it would be considered maybe it dealt with in terms of Section 15, where it can be summarily be dismissed, maybe in a sense that it relates to a court order, or it's frivolous, then lacking in substance. Yes.
yes. I'm saying if it's not valid, I don't think the Act would have a section that way providing that you send invalid complaints.
No.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, all complaints, forget their nature,
Yes.
because the Act tells us if it's serious, if it's not serious. What happens when a complaint that lands on your table, or let's say the Chief Justice, but that includes you, is invalid?
If it's invalid, then it will not be considered.
Right.
Yes.
Do you know, in your experience, because you've dealt with complaints, have you had a complaint that's invalid before?
Yes, we have had many whereby whereby it would not have. Let's for instance, sometimes people will lodge a complaint through a letter.
Yes.
Yes, that is some of the instances whereby it will not be valid because the complaint must be lodged in the form of an affidavit or an affirm statement.
So that is invalid.
Yes, if it's in a letter.
Yes, I'm saying.
Yes.
If
Yes.
it's not in the format that is prescribed.
Yes, Council.
Right. And the role of your office would be to, as you said, then let's use the word, it falls apart.
Yes, but yes, but
It's
you
not
will.
valid.
Yes, but you will inform the complainant that the reason why it's not valid.
Of course.
Yes.
Right. Let's get to this particular complaint.
Yes.
The Chief Justice at the time, according to your affidavit, was Chief Justice Zondo, who's now a former Chief Justice.
That is correct, Council.
Right. You say in your affidavit that Advocate Potgieter told you that when it started, there was a lady that needed assistance in lodging a complaint, right?
Yes, Council.
Did she tell you, would you sort of enlighten the tribunal about what sort of assistance did she need?
She told me she needed, the complaint needed assistance with lodging a complaint.
Right. And by lodging, you mean filing it with you guys, with your office?
Yes, that's correct, Council.
Did she tell you that she needed legal representation and that you would have to play that role?
No. He didn't. He just said he needed assistance with lodging a complaint.
In fact, I'm correct. It's not your job to be the legal representative of any complainant that comes, because it would be unfair for you to advise as the recipient to be involved in assisting a complainant like their lawyers, right?
Yes, we just assist. We are not their legal advisors.
I'm not asking you about what you do. I'm saying your job actually is to receive and process.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it would be unfair to refer or to think that you have a role that a lawyer of a complainant would play, right?
Yes.
You agree with me?
Yes.
And I take it in from your affidavit, you don't say which judge. He said it's a she. She said to you, there is a complaint about a senior judge in the Eastern Cape.
Yes,
At that point, I take it that she didn't tell you it was the respondent, JP Mbengene, in these proceedings, right?
that is correct.
And I take it from reading your affidavit that she did not tell you what type of discussion she had had with the complainant, or whether she had spoken to the Chief Justice at the time.
Who, Advocate Potgieter?
Yes.
Whether she did? Whether she
I'm
what?
saying she did not tell you what discussion she had had, if any, with the complainant.
She just told me that there was a lady who needed assistance with lodging a complaint against a senior judge. The complaint related to sexual harassment.
Right? She also, as you say in your affidavit, told you that this must be dealt with utmost confidentiality.
Yes.
Right? Are there complaints with which you deal without confidentiality?
No, all complaints that are lodged with the JSC are dealt with confidentiality. In fact, there's a section in the JSC Act that provides for the confidentiality of information.
Absolutely. So I'm correct that it would have been obvious, because it's your job, that anything you deal with about judges is confidential.
That is correct.
Except that, Advocate Skakani, this time Advocate Potgieter added a word. She said, utmost confidentiality. So he didn't just say, this is the case where you should deal with confidential, witness confidentiality. She said, this is the case where utmost confidentiality
Yes,
is
in fact,
needed. We're just reinforcing the point.
In fact, it's my next point.
All right, okay, then I've covered you then.
I'm
Go
going
to
there.
the other one.
So now that we know that it had to be dealt with confidentiality, with utmost confidentiality, did you know what that meant?
Yes, that no, it must not. Well, it must not be leaked. No other people must know that the complaint has been lodged. And it relates to what and it's against who. That is my understanding.
No, it's fine. Thank you. In paragraph 6, you say that as I've did not specify how you had to assist the complainant. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You say in paragraph 6 you understood it to mean filling forms and deposing to an affidavit.
Yes.
Am I correct that it would suffice then to interpret the instruction you were given is that you had to explain the process to the complainant as you would with any complainant?
That is correct.
Right? Am I correct that previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have not drafted a complaint for a complainant, other than in this case?
That is correct. I've never written typed a complaint for a complainant.
Yeah, I'm going to get back to that. So this was the first time you went, let's call it, beyond the call of duty.
That is correct, Counsel.
You ended up typing the complaint of a complainant that must submit it to yourself.
That is correct, Counsel.
Right? And I established with you that your task as the Office of the Chief Justice is to receive them and be arbiters of whether they are compliant then or valid, right?
Yes.
In paragraph 7, you say, and I think it was canvassed earlier this morning in your cross-examination, that you say Advocate Potgieter asked you to bring the form and your laptop, right?
That is correct, Counsel.
So the instruction that you must type it, I suppose, came from her?
No. Like I said, based on the emotional state that she was in, I volunteered to type because I saw that she was not in the condition to type.
Thank you. And I take it, because it's not clear in your affidavit, you did not know how long Advocate Potgieter had been with the complainant?
No, I did not know, Council.
And she did not tell you that,
No.
right? You say that she then left you with Miss Mengo, right?
Yes, Council.
So at the time, Miss Mengo did not have a complaint written or any form filled.
No, she did not.
And am I correct that in the ordinary case, maybe not this one of utmost confidentiality, in the ordinary case, you would, as you have already confirmed, you would explain the process like any person who wants to complain.
Yes, what normally happens is that when I was still working at the Office of the Chief Justice, we will also have walking clients whereby they will come and tell us that they want to lodge complaints, whereby we will explain to them the process of lodging a complaint and the procedure. Thereby, we'll also email them the JCC complaint form for them to complete if they still want to proceed to lodge the complaint.
Yeah.
Yes, Council.
I make the point again, as you confirmed. This was the first time you went beyond the call of duty and drafted what was to be submitted to your office.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
Thank you. In paragraph 7, there are instances, as you said, where a complaint is not brought to the attention of the CJ. You say this one had to be brought to the attention of the CJ for a particular reason, right?
Yes.
Would you take us to that point again, and why this one?
Okay. Complaints. If a complainant lodges a complaint against the head of court, that complaint will be given to the chief. Let's say the complaint is firstly taken to the Chief Justice after we've sent acknowledgement letters, prepared memos. So we give it to the Chief Justice to consider it. He will read through it and say refer to the head of court.
Right.
So we write a letter to the head of court telling them that there's a complaint against a judge in your division that you must consider. Then that letter and the copy of the complaint will be scanned and emailed to that particular head of court to deal with the complaint. Once the complainant, the JP is finalized with that, has considered that complaint, he will write a letter to us informing making a recommendation whether the complaint must be dismissed. For example, sometimes most of the complaints, if they relate to a court order, they will say that we recommend that the complaint be dismissed as it relates to the merits of a court order.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you tell us that consistent with the fact that you had brought your laptop and you wanted to assist, you started typing the complaint.
Yes.
And I take it you first, and correct me if I'm wrong, you explained the process to the complainant.
Yes.
As you would any complainant, right?
Yes.
And then, as I say, you then started your, let's call it, going beyond the call of duty, and you drafted it for her.
Yes, I started typing
it for her.
Yes.
You also tell us that at some point you had to abandon the typing because she had to check in. Am I correct?
Yes,
she had not checked in at the time.
Yes, because I recalled that she had said she had not checked in, and then because she needed to check in, I suggested that she goes and check in, and then we can continue in her hotel room.
And the hotel room the hotel you talked about, you testified that it's the Protea Hotel, and you say that which is next to the offices of the Chief Justice, right?
That is correct, Council.
Do you know if your office had assisted her to seek abode there?
Yes, I think they had booked for her.
Thank you.
Yes.
You say that at some point around when you were then in her room, you typed until it was, I know it's controversial because it's being disputed, but you say you did the typing with her until 9 o'clock, 21 hours, 2100 hours, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that you were using your laptop
To type.
to this point?
Yes, Council.
And you were not done by that time and you had to leave,
Yes.
right? Now, this is the point that I think is going to be, I think has been disputed to you, is that it is at this point you say that Miss Mengo had actually, contrary to her testimony, had actually brought a laptop,
Yes.
and therefore that is why you were able to ask her to proceed. You say this in paragraph 11 of your affidavit, right?
That is correct, Council.
Would you tell us again, if I'm correct, you then had to put or save on your memory stick or a memory stick what you had typed so that you could put it in or save it on her laptop?
I saved what I had typed
Yes.
in a memory stick, gave it to her so that she can save the document in her laptop so that she can continue typing.
Right.
Yes.
And so you then had, as we say, we know now, at least on your version, that the electronic version of what you had typed and what she continued to type would have been on her laptop.
Yes, that's correct.
You also say in your affidavit that the two of you, as you parted ways, agreed that you would meet on the following day and that she would continue typing and you would continue the following day.
Yes.
But on the following day, you say in your affidavit that when she came to you, having worked very hard, she indicated that she had completed
That's
typing.
Yes, she had completed typing it.
May I ask if at this point you continued to assist or you simply took the version that she had typed?
I simply took the version that he had typed because she indicated that she had finalized typing it. So all was left is for us to print and commission the document.
Would you favor me with some explanation as to how you took it from her laptop? I know it looks repetitive, but let's just get the process of how it got to you so that you could print it.
We used the memory stick, Council.
What do you mean you used? You saved what was on her laptop in your memory stick?
I'm not sure whose memory stick, but
Doesn't
we
matter.
took a memory stick. She saved it on the memory stick, the complaint that she had worked on, and then I took it, put it on my laptop so that I can print it.
So that we go back to the first point, because as I said, it's the elephant in the room.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you would persist with your version, contrary to hers, that the version that she typed, which is the one that finally became that complaint, was on her laptop.
That is correct, Council.
You also say in your affidavit that you requested her to send you screenshots of the conversations between herself and JP, which you printed. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
You printed it. Did you print it there and there? May I inquire?
Yes, we are printing it there and there.
And this, you say it's because you wanted to attach this to the complaint or the affidavit as Annexure A. Am I correct?
That's correct, Council.
Thank you. And then you tell us, we go back to the part about the confidentiality. You tell us that you gave her your private email, right?
That's correct.
Before we go further with the private email, I just want some clarity. When you say that you asked her to send you some, is it screenshots or whatever it is?
It's the WhatsApp communication between
WhatsApp
her.
communication.
Yes, JP.
Did she do that?
Yes.
But we're on that same day. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes, on the same morning, that morning when she came after the complaint she had finalized typing.
Yes.
After I printed the complaint.
Yes.
Now there were conversations. Remember, she had referred to the conversations.
Yes.
So she had to screenshot the conversation, send to me so that I can print.
Do you know how she sent them to you?
She would screenshot and then send from her private email.
Okay, let me leave it there.
Yeah.
Am I correct? Going back again to the point I made, that maybe because of the nature of this complaint, you hadn't worked so hard to assist the complainant.
That is correct, Council.
You say then and by the way, the date by this time is the 8th, am I correct?
That's correct, Council.
And then you, having printed the affidavit, the complaint, you then proceeded to commission it at the police station,
That is correct, Council.
obviously with the complainant, right?
Yes, I was with the complainant.
I want to take it to the point that I made earlier, because it's something that we're going to argue later.
Mm.
Was there any difference, in your view, between what she had typed the night before and what you had left having typed? Or you do not know?
Was there?
Was there any difference? Did she remove what you had typed, or she added? She simply added.
I didn't read the complaint at that stage as to whether there was any difference between what.
But you've read what is called the initial complaint now, haven't you? You've seen it.
The second one, or which one?
The one you acknowledged. The one you went to commission to the police station.
Yes.
You've read it.
Yes. But it was a long time ago. Yes.
No, it's fine.
Yes.
It looks like the one you had signed. I mean, you had commissioned with her.
She said it was a long time ago. I don't think that question, I don't know what you mean it looks, because they're all written on a paper and printed in black and white.
It's
But
fine.
I think we must be careful without giving the witness the opportunity to compare the two. We must be careful not to go too far with the comparison.
Chair, I am going there. I think I am going to the real documents. And may I adjourn?
Yeah.
5 minutes, because I am going where the chair thinks I'm not going. And
No,
I think it disturbs
I wouldn't
me.
have allowed given the platform if I did not know that we're going the same direction. So I think what I was saying was we should just be careful not to go beyond a certain line when we compare the documents, because I'm not sure what you mean by saying they look the same.
Chair, that's why I asked the question, have you read it?
Ask her the question.
I said, have you read it?
A long time ago.
Thank you. We will go to it when the time comes. Chair, can I adjourn? For 5 minutes?
For how long?
Give me 5 minutes.
How much?
5 to talk to my clients.
Yes.
And the other two.
Should we maybe make it longer so that we don't have to take a break for tea?
Yes.
Maybe we should come back at 5 past.
Thank you.
At 5 past.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sikakane.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Muretle, on the 9th, you tell us that in your affidavit that on 9 December 2022, having commissioned the affidavit, right?
Yes, Council.
Mengo long gone to the Eastern Cape. You then wrote a letter officially acknowledging the complaint you and her had drafted, right?
That is correct.
Am I also correct that at this point when you sent this acknowledgement, you had not met the Chief Justice at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, you only met the Chief Justice, as you say, on 12
That's correct, Council.
12 December, right?
That is correct.
And the fact that you sent it before you had met, or the CJ, the Chief Justice Zondo, had said anything or commented about it, is normal. It's
Yes.
how you do it.
Yes.
You also, at this point, am I correct that you indicated that it would be referred to the committee?
Yes, to the Judicial Conduct Committee.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know this for certain before you met the CJ?
No, it's just a standard letter that we usually send to every complainant who has lodged a complaint. It's not a matter that it's already determined at that stage that it will go to the JCC.
Okay, so it's possible that you could say that to a complainant and then it's not sent
Yes.
to the committee. It's just a standard letter.
Yes, it's just a standard letter.
And eventually, you say that on the 11th, you say this in paragraph 15 of your affidavit, the Chief Justice Zondo sent you a WhatsApp message, a text message, saying he had heard that you wanted to see him, to give him a new complaint.
Yes.
I'm going to pause here to give you a version
Okay.
that the complainant raised, and I will go to the thing. The complainant indicated, and will demonstrate it to you now, that you had said, you had assured her that at the time you were with her, the Chief Justice was waiting for the complaint. Is there any comment if I told you that that's the version of the complainant?
That is not correct, Council, because at the time, at the time when we were still, owners are still assisting the complainant with lodging a complaint, the Chief Justice did not know about the complaint.
Chair, I am referring to and you don't have to pull it out, the transcript of the 20th of January 2025. Okay. It's page 101. At the foot of that page, Miss Mengo says this. She, meaning you, she assured me that the Chief Justice of the time, or the person who was the Chief Justice at that time, she had informed him he was waiting for it. She was going to take it to him as soon as we return from the police station. That's the chair. I was just giving you as a reference.
Yes, thank you.
Because of the fact that you sent the acknowledgement.
Yes.
And the 9th is the time, or the 8th, when you were still with the complainant. But that is her version, which I'm asking you because it conflicts with your version, which you say in your affidavit on oath. I guess it's true. You had not met Chief Justice Zondo at the time.
Yes, I had not met Chief Justice Zondo at the time, and he was not aware at the time when I was assisting the complaint that there is such a complaint that we are busy with. As you can see, even in the annexure that I sent of our communication, it says a new complaint. I did not mention anything about that, about JP Mbengene.
Yes.
Yes, he only got to know about the complaint against JP when we met.
In fact, when Chief Justice Zondo this is in your paragraph 15, I take it from me, I've read it's there. You say that on the CJ mentioned that I will have to come the following day, otherwise I might not get a chance to see him until the next year.
That's correct.
Right? And indeed, you only met the CJ on 12 December 2022 when you went to her chambers, right?
That's correct.
Would you say this was the first time you and Chief Justice Zondo at the time discussed this issue?
Yes, that was the first time I informed him that there's this complaint that has been officially lodged against JP Mbengene.
And so you would dispute the version that you had said to the complainant that Chief Justice Zondo was already waiting.
I dispute that.
Right? And then you indicated to the Chief Justice, you told him about this complaint, right?
Yes.
You say that in your paragraph 16 that you say you don't know whether you had prepared a memorandum. Do you remember now whether you did a memorandum or you just
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I don't.
But in any event, you told him.
Yes, that it's related to.
Do you, before you parted ways with the Chief Justice, this is now on the 12th. Did he say anything to you about this complaint or anything related to it, except taking it, that he would read it?
No, he only told me that he will read the complaint and revert back to me after he has read the complaint.
Because it's the 12th, and I'm going to raise this to you, I hope it's not irregular, is that did Advocate Potgieter or the Chief Justice at the time, well, let's start with the Chief Justice. Did the Chief Justice indicate whether she had been told anything about this complaint or anything related thereto?
As far as I know, it was the first time he heard from me.
Well, because it's going to be said by JP, did the Chief Justice tell you that on the 8th or thereabout, he had already met with the JP Mbengene?
Whether he had met with the JP?
Did he tell you that?
I don't think so. I don't remember us having that discussion, Council.
No, I think just jog your memory again. It's an important thing, as you said. Did he tell you that he had met with Judge President Mbengene on the 8th?
On the 8th?
Yes.
No.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Thank you. And then you then parted ways with the Chief Justice at the time, right?
Yes.
And then later, can I take you to, because this is important regarding the point I want to raise with you, is the letter that Miss Mbali Songa has written. I'm going to take you to it. It's page, I don't know what this is, 1477 of this bundle. Exhibit B. It's Exhibit B. I hope, Chair, you have B. Oh, 2, sorry. The page that I'm going to go to is 1417. Yeah, they may be different. This is the letter from Miss Mbali Songa to Mr. Mnuba. Yes.
On the 11th of January.
Yes, it's the 10th of January. On a Friday, the 10th of January. It's second page of this document.
Okay.
Have you found it, Chair?
1418.
1417.
Does your pagination correspond with someone else's?
Yeah, I'm going
with yes, can we get a mathematician in here to work out once and for all? If it is 1/8 to the tribunal, then it means to the other parties is how much?
One page less.
One page less.
1417, I think.
So it's just
But
one
I'm going
page
to ask
less.
my colleagues to confirm that. One page less. Is that right?
Oh, I didn't even pick that up. So it's just one page.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Chair, that mathematician is definitely not me, but have you got the letter? That page 1417 or a page less?
Yes.
Right. You will see, I'm not going to read the entire letter with you. I'm going to read you the part that I will ask you about because it relates to the fact that you say in the affidavit. She says, I received the communication. This is the should be the first paragraph. It's the first paragraph. I received the communication on 13 December 2024, and I then telephoned Miss Muretlo, who was the secretariat at the time when the complaint was lodged sometime in December 2022. And in bracket says, I was not aware that there was a complaint lodged at the time, close bracket. I inquired about the complaint and she confirmed that there was indeed an initial complaint lodged at the time, and CJ Zondo was not satisfied with the complaint and asked the secretary to ask the complainant to lodge another complaint, which is the one that is in the papers currently. You see that?
Yes, Council.
What is your comment? And then I'll take you to your affidavit and what you say there.
My comment is that at the time when I spoke to Mbali, I did not remember that. I could not recall that. I had forgotten that the first complaint that we had was misplaced by the Chief Justice.
Right.
Yes.
Now, the point I'm saying is that, okay, let me go to the specific. She says you had indicated that CJ Zondo was not satisfied with the complaint and asked the secretariat to ask the complainant to lodge another complaint. I'm trying to find out the very first question I asked you about where we reached a divergence of views. And I want to ask you now, what is your comment?
My comment is that the Chief Justice did not say that he was not satisfied with the complaint and that the complainant, I must ask the complainant to lodge another complaint. What happened was that, as I indicated, the Chief Justice called me to inform me that he had misplaced the complaint.
Right.
And then, furthermore, he said that although he had read the complaint, it was difficult for him to understand as it had not been cross-referenced, meaning that the screenshots that were attached and the events that were there, he could not tell as to which screenshot belonged to which. So if the complainant could cross-reference, then that will be that will suffice, because now any person being a JCC, him or other being the JCC member, will be able to understand. It had nothing to do with the content. It just simply had to do with the cross-referencing.
Right. Are you suggesting that Miss Songa is not telling the truth to this tribunal?
What I'm saying is that I did say this. I did tell Miss Songa this, but I'm saying that at the time I had forgotten that what the Chief Justice had really said. It's not about that he was not satisfied.
Okay.
He misplaced the complaint.
Let's go to your affidavit. Go to paragraph 19 of your affidavit. Let's see whether you're telling me the truth now. Right. I'm going to read. Let's read paragraph 19, and I'm going to ask you to read it yourself. Please read it out loud for the record.
I then called Miss Mengo and informed the complaint was misplaced in the office of the Chief Justice, and that the Chief Justice has requested that she completes a new complaint in a form of an affidavit. Furthermore, I informed Ms. Mengo that the Chief Justice mentioned that it was difficult to read the complaint as the screenshots were not cross-referenced, as I explained above, and it may also be difficult for other JCC members to read the complaint should the matter be referred to them.
Right. Am I correct to suggest that there's actually no difference between what you said to Ms. Songa and what you say in this affidavit? The CJ was not satisfied with the complaint as it stood at the time.
Well, for lack of a better word, we can say the satisfied part, but it was in relation to the cross-reference.
Ma'am, you don't want to accuse you of protecting anybody. Let's deal with it right here.
But that is my understanding,
I'm
Council.
saying, no, please wait for me. I'm saying to you, forget the word satisfied. We can use not happy
Okay.
if you don't like the word satisfied. Is it inaccurate to say Chief Justice Zondo was not happy with the complaint as it stood then? He needed it cross-referenced and in an affidavit form.
The cross-referencing is for it to be.
Ma'am, please. I'm saying to you, we can use the word you like. He was not happy with the complaint as it stood because of the things he told you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now that we're there, so you had indicated that you had now generated, we know that on the 9th, you sent an acknowledgement letter, right?
Yes.
We also know from your evidence that you did not generate another one for the new complaint, as you call it consistently in your...
Yes, I did not issue another reference number.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong here. In your testimony yesterday, you also told us that you did not necessarily acknowledge the new complaint the way you had acknowledged the initial complaint.
Yes, because the new complaint, the second one was to serve as a duplicate of the one that was misplaced.
So would you agree with me then? But you call it the new complaint.
Yes, we call it the new complaint, but it's still the same. It's a duplicate.
If I told you that it's not the same, that content-wise there are differences, would you disagree with me?
I would not disagree with that, but from how we work, it's not a matter about what the content. It's about the complaint is against who, it relates to what. Not whether there's a difference, there's an actual difference between the two. Hence, we're saying that it's a duplicate.
So if it's from the same person,
Even if it's the same person, it was Miss Mengo's complaint against the JP. It related to sexual harassment.
all right, so that's why I was trying to correct you. You said it's not the what, it's the who.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes,
So it's the what.
Yes, as to who lodged the complaint against who, what the complaint relates to.
All I'm saying to you is that you call it the new complaint.
For lack of a better word, Council use duplicate.
There's been many lacks of better words, yeah. And so I want to establish from you that we've established now that there isn't a divergence of versions between your version and that of Ms. Songa on this question. It's just there are words you don't like, but actually the CJ was not happy with the complaint as it stood.
Mm-hmm.
Please, I want to comment. I'm saying the essence of what both of you say is the same. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, I have no further question.
Advocate Bartland.
I think it was for the evidence leader to go first, but
I'm
if
not so
if
sure
you ask,
whether-
okay, I have no questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just on this last questions, the essence was that the Chief Justice was not happy with the complaint. Why did the Chief Justice phone you regarding this complaint?
You mean after I've submitted it to him?
Yes, in December, he called you regarding this complaint?
Yes, he called me after I've given the complaint. He called me to inform me that the complaint he had misplaced the complaint.
So what was the essence of this?
That if I asked the complainant to do a complaint in a form of an affidavit, and that he found it as he had read the complaint, but he had the difficulty as to it was not cross reference. So I asked the complaint to cross reference the complaint between the complaint and the screenshot, so that any person or any GCC members, if they were to read it, they will have a better understanding of the complaint.
But what I'm asking you is the reason why he called you. What was the reason why he called you?
For the complainant to do a new complaint.
Because of what?
Pardon?
Why did you need to complete a new complaint?
Because he had misplaced the complaint.
Thank you. And then, just to come back to the copy of this complaint, you say the next morning the complainant came back to you, and the complaint was on a memory stick. That was now on the 8th of December.
When I met with the complainant?
Yes.
Yes.
She came to you with a memory stick.
No. We met. She had a laptop. I had my laptop. I do not recall whose memory stick did we use to download the final complaint to be printed.
So that's what I want to, because I don't know if it's clear. Did she download it there in front of you on the memory stick, or did she bring the memory stick to you?
We were in the same office. She downloaded from her laptop.
In front of you?
In front of me, gave it to me,
Thank
and
you.
I printed.
Thank you. No further questions?
Thank you, Ms. Moretwe,
Thank you,
for
President.
your time. You are excused.
Thank you, President.
I guess there is no objection against adjournment. I start with Advocate Patenda.
No objection from us.
Mr. Skakani.
No objection. I just wanted to raise a indulgence that I be released. I'm raising it so that I'm not accused of walking out. That I will be released. I've spoken to my team. If I'm allowed, I'll please. I'll be back. I've spoken to my team about what I need, not about walking out,
Yes.
preparing.
It's by agreement. You are released.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Advocate Skippers, you let us know when you are ready.
I will do so.
And I hope it's not tomorrow.
No, it will be 5 to 10 minutes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The witness must still be sworn in.
Oh, yes, the witness,
Yes.
of course. Yes, your full names, please.
Sicela amagama akho onke nefani.
Abongile Chete.
Abongile Chete.
Do you have any objection against taking it?
Ingabe unengxaki nokuthatha isifungo?
No, andinayo.
No objection, Chair.
In that case, you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth. And if so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Ngenxa yoko ke ingabe uyafunga uba ubungqina bakho buyakuba inyani, inyaniso yonke, inyaniso yodwa. Ukuba kunjalo uphakamise isandla sakho sase-right uthi ndincede Thixo.
Ndincede Thixo.
Witness sworn.
Julison, yes, thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chete, please state your current occupation and where are you stationed?
Khawusixelele ke ukuba usebenza msebenzi onjani nokokuthi ukweyiphi iofisi isigxina.
Ndingumncedisi kajaji, Judge's Secretary.
I am currently the judge's secretary
Kwi-office yaseMthatha High Court.
based in Umtata High Court.
Since when have you been a judge's secretary?
Uqale nini ukuba ngusecretary kajaji?
Okwesingale ngo-2021, kodwa before ngoko bendisoloko ndincedisa for years, I think from 2009. Ncedisa.
The permanent position was from the year 21, but before that, I was just assisting on temporary basis from 2002.
Nine.
Sorry, 2009 rather.
Do you know the respondent in this matter, Judge President Mbengene?
Uyamazi ke lowo utyholwayo kweli tyala singalo uJudge President Mbengene?
Ewe kunjalo ndiyamazi.
Yes, I do.
Is he the Judge President of the division where you are currently stationed?
Ingaba usenguye president wale ndawo okuyo wena?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Have you ever been his secretary?
Wawukhe wangunobhalana wakhe wena?
Ndakhe ndamncedisa xa esemthatha.
I had once assisted him whilst he was in Umtata.
But you were not his permanent secretary, is that correct?
Kodwa awungonobhala wakhe isigxina, kunjalo?
Yes.
That is correct.
And the complainant in this matter, Miss Mengo, do you know her?
Lowo ke uye wafaka isikhalazo Miss Mengo. Yamazi yena?
Ewe kunjalo ndiyamazi.
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
Umazi njani yena?
Umengo uyi-friend yam as well as a colleague.
She is a friend of mine as well as a colleague.
Now, you know about this matter that you need to come and testify on and the nature thereof, that there's a complaint by the complainant against the Judge President in this matter.
Unalo ke ngoko ulwazi ngalenye wesixovayo apha ngokwesikhalazo ke esifakiweyo nguMengo njengolowo ke uye wakhalaza.
Ewe.
Yes.
What do you know about what happened in this matter? What is your knowledge, personal knowledge, that you have about this matter?
Wena ke ngokunokwakho wazi ntoni wena ngeli tyala? Yintoni oyaziyo wena ngokunokwakho?
Okay. Into endiyaziyo nantsi ne. Ndiqale ndabona ii-posts
WhatsApp status ka Mrs. Mengo?
This is what I know. I first saw posts on the statuses of Mrs. Mengo.
Is that now the WhatsApp status?
Sithetha ke ngoku ngezi-status zale ndawo ingu-WhatsApp.
Yes.
Yes.
When did you see these status updates, the posts?
Uzibone nini ke ngoku ezixhonywayo apha kweli khasi lonxibelelwano lingu-WhatsApp?
Andikwazi andifuna uxoka ndiyazi idate but it was on a weekend.
I do not want to lie about the dates. I do not know the dates. However, it was over a weekend period.
What was this status about?
Zazingantoni ke ezi statuses?
Yezi screenshots zencoko eyayiphakathi kwakhe no JP.
It was screenshots of a conversation between herself and the JP.
After you saw these screenshots, did you do anything?
Emveni kokuba wena ke uye wazibona ezi screenshots, ikho nto yenzile?
Kuba ndizibone mna ekuseni ndiye ndafowunela uMengo.
Because I saw them in the morning hours, I then called Mrs. Mengo.
Ndifuna uqonda uba kwenzekani.
I wanted to establish as to what was happening exactly.
Yes?
Qhuba.
Then uMiss Mengo impendulo wawandinika yona wathi kaloku asimkholelwa xa ethetha nathi.
Then this was the response I received from Mrs. Mengo. She then said the following: "This is simply because you don't believe me when I speak to you."
Have she spoken to you before this? About this?
Wayekhe wathetha nawe ngaphambili ngale nto?
No, not really. No, zange. Ngolu hlobo aposta ngalo, zange athethe nganto ngolu hlobo athetha ngalo.
No, not in the manner that she had posted this issue on her statuses.
Then how did she talk to you? What did she tell you? Previously.
Uthethe njani nawe ngaphambili? Wathini mhlawumbi?
No, bengekho issue ibekhe sayincokola pertaining to as WhatsApp messages, uyaqonda.
There was no issue where we had a discussion about pertaining to the very same statuses.
But xa sithi anindikholelwa ebethetha uthi ebhekisa ebantwini. Not per se,
Okay. But when she said that you don't believe me, she spoke in plural, not necessarily referring to me directly as an individual. She spoke in plural form.
I understand. From the statuses that you saw, what was happening in the conversations? Could you pick up what was happening or not?
Njengokuba ke uye wanethuba lokubona ezi status, nje ubona nje ufunda kwi-status ezi, ubukwazi ukuchola-chola ubone uba kwenzeka ntoni kanye kule nto yezi status?
Kwakunzima bendingakwazi because bekunento ebhaliweyo esuka ku-JP, then i-response yakhe ibingekho because it was deleted.
Response kabani?
Kamengo.
Okay.
Then it will be i-message, then ibe ne-response edeletiwe ibhalwe deleted. So bendingayazi uba bendingakwazi ukwenza sense ngale nto ayiposte phaa.
To me, it was difficult because I would see a message from the JP, but then when I look, I would notice that her responses are deleted. And therefore, I was not able to make out what is the conversation about, per se.
Was there anything else said during that conversation without, except for her saying you don't believe me?
Ikhona enye into eye yathethwa ke ngeli xesha ke benincokola ke ngoku emveni kokuba ethe kaloku anindikholelwa. Khona enye into ayithethileyo?
No, ugqibezele nje ngokuthi inoba ke ngoku abantu bazotsho bamkholelwe.
No, except the conclusion that she said that perhaps maybe now people will begin to believe her.
What else do you know about this matter? Did you talk to anyone else?
Yeyiphi enye into yaziyo ngale nyewe singayo? Ukhona omnye umuntu ongomnye nawe oye wathetha naye ngayo into le?
Okay, fast forward later. After some, I think, ixesha.
Now, fast forward at a later stage, I think after quite a period of time went by,
I think inoba bekusemveni kwenyanga ezithile. I'm not sure kodwa bekunexesha ne.
I'm not certain as to the exact period, but I do believe it was quite a couple of months later.
Ndafumana i-call ku-JP.
I received a call from the JP.
That is now the respondent in this matter.
Ngulo ke umangalelweyo.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
Yes?
I-call ka-JP wayefuna nje ukuthi find out ukuba kukhona ujaji endandim-assista, so wayefuna uqonda uba ii-judgments zalaa jaji zide zafika zabe ziyadelivarishwa na.
The call from the JP, he basically wanted to know, as there was a judge that I was assisting at the time, so the JP wanted to know whether the judgments of that particular judge that I was assisting has arrived or not.
Yes?
Yes. So kule call ndamva into yoba no akavakali engumntu orayithi, akasawundi kamnandi, ngathi ngumntu lo ungaphilanga or something.
I could, however, pick up from the conversation on this call that he did not sound well.
Yes?
And ndambuza nje jokingly because elela xesha le-COVID, ndambuza into yoba hayibo JP awuphilanga okanye une-COVID nje ndijoka nje around.
I then jokingly asked him, as it was still during the period of COVID, I asked him, JP, are you not well? Do you have COVID? What is happening? Jokingly.
And then wathi kum akekho right.
He then said to me, he is not well.
Isizathu yile nto ipostwe nguMengo kwi-social media, le nto ikwi-public domain is
And the
affecting impilo yakhe.
And the reason behind him not being well is what Mengo did, posting these things that she has posted. Now this has become part of the public domain and it's affecting his health.
Was he now also, to what was he now referring? What was posted on the public domain?
Uthetha ngantoni ke ngoku yintoni le athi ivele yavezwa nje esidlangalaleni wayethetha ngantoni?
Wayereferisha kweza posts zala weekend ezazipostwe nguMrs Mengo.
He was referring to the posts that were posted by Mrs. Mengo over the weekend period.
The one that you spoke of previously?
Ezi ubuthethe ngazo nawe ngaphambilini.
Ewe.
Yes.
Yes, what happened further in the conversation?
Yeyiphi enye into eyaqhubekeka ke apha kwincoko?
Okay. Siyasaqhuba nencoko ndambuza ke mna ke kuba besebenza kwi-same establishment into yoba ubukhe wathethana naye wafuna uqonda uba kwenzeka ntoni.
The conversation then continued. I then asked him, since they are working in the same establishment, have you reached out to her and approached her and asked her in finding out what is exactly happening?
Yes, you can continue.
Qhuba.
Impendulo yakhe iye yathi ebekhe wazama umfonela but uMengo has blocked umblokile.
His response to my question was that he tried to call Mrs. Mengo, but unfortunately she has blocked him.
Yes?
Qhuba.
And watsho isithi ndiyakwazi wena uyitshomi yakho Mengo niyathetha.
He went on further to say that I know that you and Mengo are friends and you do talk.
Ndicela uze umxelele uMengo into yoba ndicela i-meeting naye.
Okay.
So that ndizawukwazi ukuqonda ngeza nto azipostileyo ngegama lam.
I therefore request you to please speak to her and ask her to allow me to have a meeting with her so that we could have a discussion about the things that she has posted that has my name in them.
Then waqhuba wathi umxelele into yoba i-venue will be a neutral venue ezawukhethwa nguye.
He went further to say that please do inform her that the venue will be a neutral venue that she will have to choose.
and akhethe into yoba kule meeting ufuna kubekho obani because andifuna udibana naye yedwa.
And also, she must choose as to whom she would like to have to be part of the meeting, because I would not want to have a meeting with her alone.
Yes?
Okay.
Kuba.
Then ke yaphelela ke kanjalo inantsika incoko yethu.
That's how then our conversation ended.
What did you do? Did you reach out to Miss Mengo about this request?
Wenze ntoni ke ngoku wena uyile ukuthetha naye uMrs Mengo ngesi sicelo?
Yes.
Yes.
Immediately ndigqiba uthetha naye ndiye ndafonela uMrs Mengo.
Immediately after speaking to the JP, I then called Mrs. Mengo.
Yes.
Ndamxelela kuba uJP uthini.
I then conveyed, or I informed her of what JP was saying.
Yes.
Kuba.
Ndathi nakuye kuMrs Mengo, even if uthi mandimkhaphe, I'm willing to umkhapha yaqonda because i-different yakhe.
I even said to Mrs. Mengo, if she would like for me to accompany her, I'm prepared to do that, as I am her friend.
Then uMrs Mengo wathi kum, no, akabikho ready ukujongana noJP ngelaa xesha.
Then Mrs. Mengo informed me that at that particular time or moment, she's not ready to face the JP.
And if usazoyicinga loo nto leyo.
And also she's going to think about it.
Yes.
Kuba.
Then yaphela kanjalo ke le part, but loo meeting zange kuyaba kohlukana kwami, loo meeting zange ngokolwazi lwam iqhubeke because zange kuphinde ndive nto idibanisa nento ne-meeting noMrs Mengo.
That's how the conversation ended. And also furthermore, I never heard of any meeting that had taken place soon after that has to do with Mrs. Mengo.
Now, that is what you know about this matter, is that correct?
Yile nto le ugqiba kuyichaza ngoku kuphela kwayinto yaziyo wena ngale nyewe okanye lityala.
Enye into lahamba ke xesha ne. Then I think I saw an article andibone i-article eyayivelile eyayithetha ngento yoba uJP wavezela uMiss Mengo ubudoda bakhe.
Okay. Then time went by. I then saw an article that stated that the JP has shown Mrs. Mengo his manhood.
All right, but you don't know that personally, is that correct?
Kodwa uyazi wena loo nto wena ngokunokwakho.
No, andinalo ulwazi lwayo.
No, I don't have knowledge of that.
All right. Now, you as a secretary, a judge's secretary, and the respondent is the head of the judges in that division. Did he sometimes communicate with you as well, even though you were not his secretary, his personal secretary?
Njengokuba nawe ke ungunobhala kajaji naye uJP lo eyinhloko yejaji zonke phaya kwela cala ke laseMpuma Koloni ebekhe abe nokuthetha nawe nangona wena ungasebenzi phansi kwakhe okanye ungasebenzi naye.
Ewe, as uJP,
Yes, as the JP.
whenever kukhona loo nto, whenever kukhona loo need yokuthetha naloo secretary, not me personally okanye only, bongo secretary. Anytime uyafona or uyathumela imessage mhlawumbi ufuna i-assistance ku-assist ujaji othile, so uyathetha bethetha nathi sonke as secretaries.
Yes, as a JP, he would communicate, not per se to say that only with me only, but whenever there's a need, he will communicate with any secretary that he would know that would deliver upon his request, or maybe there's a certain judge that needs assistance on something.
On what platform would he communicate? Using what? If I can put it like this, the communication tools. Did he use email, phone calls? What did he use?
Ebeye asebenzise ke ntoni ukwenza unxibelelwano olo uzawusebenzisa imfonomfono kungenjalo kukhona i-email ekhoyo okanye uzawubhala incwadi usebenzisa ntoni ukwenza unxibelelwano?
Usebenzisa imfonomfono yafona plus no-WhatsApp, because most of us sisebenzisa uWhatsApp for i-communication yasemsebenzini.
He would use the cell phone where he would mostly use WhatsApp, as we are all on WhatsApp and we make use of WhatsApp a lot as staff members at work.
And these conversations, what time of the day would that happen? What time of the day would that happen?
Iincoko ke ezo zakhe okanye ukuthetha kwakhe nani izube yinto eyenzeka mhlambi xesha liphi?
Kuyaxhomekeka into yoba uzokuyifunela ntoni, because for example uyakwazi ukufunela into after hours, uyakwazi ukufunela into mhlawumbi over the ngee-weekends.
Right. It always depends on what the need is, because sometimes it does happen that he would need to speak to you about something after hours, or sometimes it's over the weekend. So it always depends on the need.
So it was work hours and after hours that he would communicate with you.
Ithi ke loo nto unxibelelwano beba nalo ngexesha lomsebenzi nangexesha ke sekuphunyiwe emsebenzini after hours ngesilungu.
Njalo.
That is correct.
And specifically with you, what would the nature of the WhatsApp conversations be? Is it always work-related, or would there be personal WhatsApps also between the two of you?
Masithethe ngawe ke ngoku. Xa esenza olunxibelelwano ibisoloko amaxesha amaninzi iba nento kwenza nomsebenzi xa ethetha nawe, okanye bekuba khona nje amathuba apho ufumanisa uba hayi yincoko nje kawonke wonke xa ethetha nawe?
It was work related, iba ngumsebenzi, but ngamanye amaxesha, let's say I have achieved something, graduator, you uzandikhongratulata, so ndizamkuthi as a father figure uzandikhongratulata, sorry.
Okay.
So ndizamkuthi ibeke kuxhomekeke.
It would also depend, but it would be about work. Sometimes it's about what I've achieved. You know, as a father figure, he will communicate and congratulate me on anything that I've achieved. So it always depends on what it is.
You said now as a father figure. Do you see him as a father figure?
ukhankanyile ke apha into okokubana njengomntu noko obengutata yindlela ubumbona ngayo leyo wena xa umjongile umbona uba ngutata.
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you have any personal interest in the outcome of this matter?
Ingaba ukhona umdla wena ngokunokwakho onawo ngeziphumo zayo lenyewe singayo?
No, I don't. Annazi. No personal interest.
No, I don't have any personal interest.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Advocate Butler.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Adonsela.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to talk to my learned friends, speak to my learned friends about something about which I want to put to this witness. Something outside of what the witness has testified about. Let me disclose up front.
What you don't have to.
What is that
to
is
disclose. You want to talk to your learned friend. We don't want to make things difficult. You want to talk to your learned friend. We are prepared to adjourn. You speak to your learned friend
for 5 minutes, just 5 minutes.
That's right, and then you come and
we'll
call
come
us.
back because I don't want to waste any more time.
Thank you.
Than we have here. Frankly, I don't have too many questions for him.
Okay.
It's just this one aspect.
All right. Thank you very much. You'll call us when you are ready. Unless there's an objection against your 5 minutes.
No objection at all.
Thank you. We adjourn.
Hello, everyone. The tribunal says we should break for lunch until 1:45.
A degree from UNISA, have you not?
Ubusanda ukuthweswa ke isidanga UNISA kunjani?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
The JP tells me that he has been in interaction with you about your progress in that regard, not so?
UJP ke uchilo kumi into yokokuba ebekade emane banonxibelelwano nawe mayelana nayo lonto yophumelela kwakho kunjani?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
I take this opportunity to congratulate you.
Mandithathe lithuba ke ndikuhalalisele.
Ndiyabulela.
Thank you.
There's one matter that I want you to confirm. A video is going to be played now. Chairperson, the video is the footage that it is common cause between the parties, depicts the corridor at Umtata High Court. We'll talk more about that video in due course. But since this witness is here, he features in that video. All that I want him to confirm is that it is him who appears in that video at the time that will be indicated now. So that it does not become a dispute later.
I have seen in my experience as a judge, criminals caught on camera denying that they are them. Okay.
Kukhona ke le video bazawusidlalela yona uchilo ku council into ba into ayifunayo nje into ba siyibukele sonke siyibone sizama uqinisekisa ba ingaba ngokwenene nguwe kusini nalo umuntu esimbonayo apha kule video ukwenza into ba kungathi ngoku ekambeni kwethuba kuthiwa uqatywa ngamafutha wena wenyama ongayityanga. Yavaka?
And Mr. Chete, it is common cause in this case that this video was taken on the 14th of November 2022 and in the afternoon. So please look carefully and see if the person being shown in that footage is in fact yourself.
Le video ke yathathwa ngomhla we-14 kwinyanga kaNovemba kunyaka ka-2022 into eyazekayo leyo ukuthi sonke asinamakhwiniba ngayo ithathwe ke emveni kwemini ngalomhla we-14 ufuna ke ngoku uzujonga uqwalasele ukwazi ukungqina ukuba kwenene nguwe kusini nalo simbona kule video. Understood?
I'm afraid it's not clear. You have to rewind it because it didn't show the face.
I saw the face, Chair. I don't know if anyone else had a problem seeing the face.
Oh, I was looking at this one. It must have been this one. But if you say you saw it, let me confirm the witness. Maybe did you see it clearly?
Ubone kakuhle ngokucacile?
Ewe ndibone kakuhle.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you confirm that it was you?
Ingabe uyangqina uba nguwe ngokwenene lo mntu simbona pha?
Ewe ndiyaconfirm.
Yes, I'm confirming.
Then I have no further questions.
Yes.
No questions, thank you, Chair.
No
Thank you,
questions. Chair.
Linda. Can I just ask you this? Reference has been made to you, to some interaction between you and the JP.
Kukhona ke intetha eziye zavela mayelana ke nokuthethathethana kwakho no JP.
Kunjalo.
That is correct, Chair.
Does that, or did that have any bearing
Ingaba inayo into enayo lonto kuwe?
in relation to the manner in which you testified in your evidence?
Xa ndibuza uba inento enayo na ingakumbi ngokuphathelele ke nobungqina oye wabunikezela ngendlela obunikezele ngayo?
No.
No, Chair.
Just one other question. You said that the respondent phoned you and talked to you about some work, in particular about outstanding judgments by your judge.
Uthi uJP uye wakufowunela wathetha nawe mayelana ke nee-judgments okanye izigqibo zejaji ezithile ngakumbi le jaji obusebenza nayo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct, Chair.
I just want to, excuse me, I just want you to confirm this. Did you say that he used to phone the secretaries of other judges as well?
Ndifuna nje ukuyingqinisisa le ndawo. Ingaba uthe ebekhe abafowunele nabanye oonobhala bezinye ijaji?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
About, I assume it will be about work.
Ndizawuzicingela ke le xa ebafowunela ukuze ube ebafowunela ngomsebenzi.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Possibly other things as well?
Kusenokwenzeka mhlawumbi nangezinye izinto ezizezinye
As far as you know?
ngokolwazi lwakho.
Ngokolwam ulwazi kuba ebekhe mna ndithethe naye ngezinye izinto ezifana nale kusigqibo thetha ngayo yemfundo.
According to my knowledge, Chair, when he does talk to me and about other things as well that I've just recently mentioned in terms of education,
Kusonokwenzeka into yoba nakwabanye ebekhe abafonele ngohlobo olunjalo andazi.
it could be that maybe to others as well, he would be calling them about such, I do not know.
Yeah. I asked you earlier on if, and before I go further with my next question, I'm not asking you about this case.
Phambi koba ndiqhubekeke nombuzo wam, andikubuzi ngeli tyala singalo.
I'm asking you about the general trend or practice in the division.
Ndikubuza ngento eye yenzeke yesiqhelo apha kanye kulo mhlaba wokusebenza. Yes.
I asked you whether the JP would phone secretaries of other judges and talk to them. You said yes.
ndikubuzile into yokokuba ingaba ibiye ibe yinto ayenzayo na uJP into yoba fowunele nabanye oonobhala babanye oojaji. Wathi impendulo yakho wena ewe.
Ngokomsebenzi ewe.
For work purposes, yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Enkosi.
Any questions arising?
None, thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair.
Not.
How do you pronounce your surname? Chet.
Ifani yakho ibiza njani?
Chete.
Chete.
Mr. Chete, thank you for your time. I assume that you did not particularly enjoy giving evidence in this case because of its nature.
Ndiyakubulela ke okokuqala mnumzana uChete ngexesha lakho. Ndiyayicingela ke le yokokuba awukhange uve kamnandi, khange kube kuhle kwaphela kuwe ngokwemvakalelo ngethuba lokokubana ube unikezela ubungqina ngale meko ilolu hlobo ngoba noko yinto apha engantlanga. Yes.
For which reason, I must thank you again for your time. Thank you. You're
Ngenxa yesi
excused.
sizathu ke ndiyaphinda ndiyakubulela ngexesha lakho.
Ndiyabulela nam.
I thank you as well, Chair.
Thank you. We'll adjourn. We'll come back at 10 to 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. We adjourn. Advocate Skeepers.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ready to proceed. And the next witness is Mrs. Brenda Jubela.
The witness's full names.
Pardon, Chair?
Full names. The witness's full names.
Kasipha amagama akho onke nefani.
Ndomboxolo Brenda Jobela.
Ndomboxolo Brenda Jobela.
Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
Ingabe unengxaki nokuthatha isifungo?
Andinangxaki.
No objection, Chair.
Will you raise your right hand to say that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Ukuba ubungqina bakho buyaba yinyani, inyaniso yonke, inyaniso yodwa, sawucela ubonakalise ngokuphakamisa isandla sakho sase-right uthi ndincede Thixo.
Ncede Thixo.
Witness sworn in, Chair.
Chair, it's on page 725 in the red file is her statement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Jubela, please state what your current occupation is and where you are stationed.
Khawusichazele ke uba usebenza umsebenzi onjani yaye uphi apho ukhoyo office.
Ndisebenza njengo-Judge's Secretary kwi-High Court yaseGqeberha, e-Eastern Cape.
I work as a judge's secretary.
How long have you been a judge's secretary?
Unexesha elingakanani ungunobhala wejaji?
I think plus minus 15 years. Ndinexesha elide kakhulu.
I think it's plus minus 15 years. It's quite long.
Is it correct that the respondent in this matter, Judge President Mbengene, is the head of the court under the division you are working?
Ingaba kunjalo na okokuba lowo ke utyholwayo unguJudge Mbengene nguye intloko yeejaji zonke ke kwiMpuma Koloni?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Have you ever been his secretary?
Wawukhe wangunobhala wakhe wena?
Ewe, ndakhe ndangu-secretary wakhe.
Yes, I was his secretary.
When he was a judge or when he was a judge president? Can you just clarify that for us?
Ngeli xesha wayengujaji okanye ngoku enguJudge President?
Ngoku wayengujaji ukufika kwakhe ebhentshini.
That is when he started at the bench as a judge.
And Miss Mengo, the complainant in this matter, do you know her as well?
Miss Mengo ke lowo ufake isikhalazo kweli tyala ingabe uyamazi yena?
Ndiyamazi.
Yes, I know her.
How?
Mazi njani?
Ndimazi ngokuba ebesebenza phaa eMakhanda njengabantu abajikelezayo kuzo zonke ezi High Court njengoba zi-4 e-Eastern Cape. So siyakwazi ukwazana kuba sizihamba zonke.
I knew her as one of my colleagues who's working at the Makhanda High Court, and also the fact that they will make rounds in all 4 high courts that are based in the Eastern Cape.
Now, you are aware of this matter that you are here for to testify. What do you know about this matter?
Njengokuba ke uye wanalo ulwazi lale nto oze ngayo apha namhlanje, yintoni wena ongathi ube uyayingqina ngayo?
And I just want to finish my question. What you personally know about this.
Apho ndiza khona ndifuna ukuza kwinto ethi ndifuna into oyaziyo wena ngokunokwakho. Wazi ntoni wena ngale nto singayo?
into bana uMiss Mengo wandithumelela ii-messages andisakhumbuli kodwa uba kwakunini umhla.
Miss Mengo had sent me messages. I just cannot recall the exact date.
Yes.
Qoba.
Wandithumelela ii-pictures xa ndicinga ingathi zazintathu ukuba ndikhumbula kakuhle.
If I recall correctly, I think she had sent me 3 pictures.
What pictures was that?
Le mifanekiso yayiyeyantoni?
Umfanekiso wokuqala wawusi-screenshot selungu lobudoda.
The first picture was of a screenshot, and that particular screenshot was a picture of a male organ.
The other pictures?
Eminye imifanekiso leyo na?
Omnye umfanekiso ngumfanekiso odla ngoba ngathi ukwi-internet, ezanto zipha kwi-internet seziredi, andiyazi uba ndingayibeka kanjani, kodwa ke yayingumfanekiso opha kwi-internet wabantu ababini abahamba ze, oyi-female oleleyo noyindoda omileyo bahamba ngaze bobabini.
The second picture contained a male and a female. The female was lying down and the male was standing up, and they were both naked. I say it came from the internet, it's just that I don't know how to describe it, but it was of such nature.
Why do you say it came from the internet?
Kutheni usithi biphuma kwi-internet?
Yayingumfanekiso wabantu abamhlophe, ingathi ndizawuthi ngabantu abamhlophe, ayingobantu ndinothi ndithi ngumbani okanye zingathi zezi zinto ziqhela ukhutshwa like ii-pawns, into enjalo, ingathi into enjalo.
I say this because it was firstly a picture of white people. It's not people that I could pertinently say this is so and so or somebody that I knew. And secondly, it looked like a picture that came from a source of porn pictures.
And the third picture?
Eyesithathu yona i-picture okanye umfanekiso.
Picture yesithathu owayeyithumele yayipicture yebhrukhwe yomlenze onebhrukhwe striped, charcoal, and ingathi black or striped grayish, then inesihlangu esimnyama esingathi bu-sharp pointed, not too sharp kodwa ke noko sinabo ubutsolwanyana, inombhalo khoyo apha kuyo.
The third picture depicted a leg that had a pants on, striped pants, and the colors appeared to be it's black or charcoal, and the foot had a shoe on, which was a sharp pointed shoe. Charcoal kind of gray, and there was some writing on the actual picture.
Can you recall in what setting this picture was taken? You say it was a leg with a shoe on. In what setting was this picture taken?
Ingabe usakhumbula uba inoba lo mfanekiso nje ubona nje ba Ngumfanekiso mhlambe nobuthathwe kwindawo ekumila kunjani.
Ngumfanekiso ose-ofisini.
It's a picture that seems to have taken from an office.
Did you recognize the office?
I-office le ukwazile ukuyiqonda uba yeyiphi mhlawumbi okanye awukhange ukwazi.
Zange ndikwazi ngelaa xesha igqiba uthumela because ndandothukile uba wayethethile before yaba khona intetho ayenzayo phambi bathumele ezi picture.
I could not immediately at the time when I received the picture. This is also because before she sent the picture, there was a message that she sent before sending the picture. And I was also in a bit of shock after receiving the picture.
What was the message that she sent you before she sent you this picture?
Ubusithini umyalezo akuthumele wona ngaphambi kokuba kuthumele umfanekiso lo.
Wathi kukho utata omdala ondihlukumezayo.
She said, there's an older man or father that is abusing me.
Wathi undithumelela ii-pictures and into endiyicaphukelayo yinto yoba ndilingana nabantwana bakhe.
She then said, he is sending me pictures, and what I hate is the fact that I am in the same age group as his children.
Yes.
Watsho ke ngoku ethumela eza pictures ndizichazile.
She then sent the pictures that I've just mentioned initially.
I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So she just said that there is an older man that sent her this picture.
Uthe kuwe ukhona lo tata umdala omthumelele le mifanekiso.
Utata omdala ongujaji.
It's an older man or father who is a judge.
Did she write anything else in that message, or was that all?
Ikhona enye into ayibhalileyo kulo myalezo okanye kuphela kwento ayibhalileyo.
Wathi emveni kwee-pictures ba ezithumele wabhala into ethi ndimxelele ke mna ke undiqhela kakubi andingaba babantu aqhela ukwenza loo nto kubo.
After she had sent the pictures, there was a message that followed where she stated that I told him that he is getting too familiar with me, and I am not one of the people that he usually.
If you can stop there, I don't think we need to go into the details of that further. So she said that he said, after she sent the pictures, she said that he should not get that, he's getting too familiar with her.
Emveni kokuba ekuthumelele le mifanekiso uthumele umyalezo othi umxelele ukuba umqhela kakubi. Andithi? Yes.
Did she at any stage name the person's name?
Like lakhona ithuba apho aye walichaza igama lalomntu.
Khange alichaze ndimbuzile uba ngubani lo mntu ukuthumelele ezi pictures.
She did not mention the name, but I'm the one that asked her, who is this person that had sent you these?
Did she tell you who the person was?
Uchazile ke kuwe uba ngubani lo mntu umthumelele izinto?
Zange andichazele wathi mandilinde mhlawumbi xa sidibana wathetha into eyelelene apho uba uyawundixelela mhlawumbi xa sidibene.
She never mentioned the name. However, she suggested that I should wait. She will perhaps tell me when we meet. Something along those lines.
I just want to take you back to that picture of the leg in the office setting. You said that there was some kind of words on the picture. Can you recall what those words were?
Ndifuna ukubuyisela ke ngokulaa mfanekiso womlenze onxibe ibhulukhwe nesihlangu. Uthe phayana bekukhona ukubhalwa amagama bewebhaliwe phaya. Usakhumbula uba kwakubhalwe ntoni?
If ndikhumbula kakuhle ingathi kwakubhalwe no comment.
If I recall correctly, I think what was written was no comment.
You have volume 1. You have volume 1 in front of you. If I can ask you to turn to page 58.
58.
58.
Okay.
That is annexure N. Do you recognize that picture that's in front of you?
Uyawazi lo mfanekiso lo lapha phambi kwakho?
Angulo wayendithumelele wona.
That's the picture she sent me.
You said that initially you did not recognize this office setting. Do you know this office setting now? Do you know this office?
Ubukhe wathi ke awukhange ukwazi uyichana ncam uba le office yeyiphi. Ingaba uyayazi ngoku njengoba siyibona?
Ewe, ndiyayazi.
Yes, I know it now.
Which office is that, and who is the occupant of that office?
Yeyiphi le office ingubani ke umnikazi wayo okanye umuntu ohlala kuyo?
Yi-chamber ka-JP eMthatha.
This is the JP's chamber in Umtata.
How do you know that chamber?
Uyazi njani le office?
Ndiphangela phaa as babe nditshilo kuqala uba ezi court zonke siyazijikeleza zoyi-4 e-Eastern Cape.
I work there, and as I've initially mentioned that we do rounds in all these 4 courts in the Eastern Cape.
All right, so she did not mention to you who the person was and told you that she will tell you later on. What did you do after this conversation?
Akatshongo ke kuba ngubani lo mntu wathembisa ke kuba uyawubaphinda kuxelele ngelinye ithuba. Wenze ntoni wena ke ngoku ngezi nkcukacha okanye ngale nto akuxelele yona? Wenze ntoni wena?
Ndimbuzile mna apha ukuba sisancokola ngophinda ndibuyele kule picture ndabuza nguJP lo ukuthumelela ezi zinto.
As we were conversing in our chats, I asked her, is this JP that is sending you these things?
Why?
Ngoba
Kuba
Chair,
ndathi
Chair, I don't know. We have discussed the tenor of this witness with Malene friend Skippers, and I just want to indicate at this stage that she may not be aware, but she's entering into the terrain which we spoke about, which I'm not sure whether she is intending to go on this path as a result of our discussions outside of this proceedings. I just wanted to warn her.
Okay. Honorable Skippers,
Thank you, Chair.
apparently you had some discussions with your colleague,
Yes.
and he's concerned that you may be going into an area which may have an impact on the discussions that you had.
Yes, Chair, I hear what Mr. Advocate Madonsela is saying, but this witness is not going to go into that territory. There was another reason why she said it was, she asked the complainant if it was the JP. It's not that territory we're going into. Ms.
Emma, you wait.
I take Malene friend's assurance.
All right.
Ms. Jobela, you heard the objection by all the sentiments from Advocate Madonsela, and we had a discussion on that. Please just stick to what we talked about. Why did you ask her whether or not it was the JP?
uvile ke kwicala legqwetha ke ngapha into yokokuba kukhona umhlaba othile anganqweneli into yokokubana ningene kuwo ngoba bebevumelene ke nomem. Ufuna ukwazi ke ngoku yena into yoba yintoni ebangele into yoba umbuzo kokuba ingaba nguJP nalo ebekuthumelela le mifanekiso. Yintoni ebangele loo nto?
ndaba bufanisa izihlangu ezi nale bhrokhwe and nale office.
The question was based on the fact that the shoe, the pants, as well as the office became very much familiar to my view.
Did she tell you whether or not it was the JP?
Uchilo ke kuwe okokuba ingaba ibinguye okanye ibingenguye uJP?
Zangatsho.
She did not say.
Wathi impendulo yakhe awudisappoint.
Disappoint. Her response rather was that you don't disappoint.
Yes. What happened else further?
Kwathini ke ngoku emveni koko?
So wathi wawuphendula ngolo hlobo ndaphela ndingayazi ba ithini kanye le nto, so ndashiyana naye kanjalo.
After her response, I then did not know now what to say further, so I left it at that.
What did you do with this information?
Wenze ntoni ke wena ngazo zonke ke ngokwezi nkcukacha?
Ndafika kusasa emsebenzini ngelo xesha ndandisebenza noJudge Dokota.
Dokota.
Yes.
I then, the next morning, arrived at work. And at the time, I was working with Judge Dokota.
Yes?
Ndangena ofisini sabulisana nojaji sabuza ngempilo. Ndamxelela ujaji into yobana kukhona into engandiphethanga kakuhle jaji.
I got into the office, greeted the judge, sat down, and I informed the judge that there is something that is not sitting well with me.
Yes?
Ndamxelela ujaji yonke le nto ndiyixelelwe nguAndiswa.
I then informed the judge of everything that Andiswa told me.
Yes?
Ndatsho ndisithi apha kuye ukuba jaji uAndiswa uthi ngujaji omdala lo wenza le nto kuye abantwana bakhe balingana naye.
I went further to inform the judge that Andiswa mentioned that this is quite an elderly judge person that is doing this to her. And this judge's children are of same age as her.
Yes?
Ndathi ndikuchazela ke ukuba nguwe ujaji omdala endisebenza naye ayinguwe nalo kuthethwa ngawe apha.
Ayinguyena.
Ewe.
I then went on to say that I am mentioning this to you, Judge, because it is alleged that it's an elderly judge, and I am asking myself, is it not you that is being alleged to have been doing this? Since you are an elderly judge that I am working with.
Yes?
Ngelo xesha ke ujaji waxhuma xa ndimxelela wama ngeenyawo wathi no Brenda andinawuze ndiyenze into enjalo mna kum ningabantwana bam nonke.
And the judge immediately jumped up. He was on his feet after I mentioned this to him, and he said, "No, Brenda, you are all like my children. I could never do something like that."
Did Andiswa tell you anything else, anything else that happened to her, outside of messages that was forwarded to her?
Ikhona enye into Andiswa akuxelele yona eyathi yenzeka kuye ngaphandleni ke kwale miyalezo bemane ithunyelwa?
Ngela xesha azange ndixelele nto. Ukhumbule ndandilinde uba side sidibane as uba wayetshilo.
At that time, there was nothing further that she mentioned. You must also remember that I was still awaiting an opportunity for us to meet as she has suggested.
You say you cannot recall the exact date that she forwarded you these messages. Can you recall in which year it was?
Uthi ke awusalikhumbuli usuku olu wayekuthumelele ngayo ke le miyalezo, kodwa unyaka wona usawukhumbula?
Andisakukhumbuli uba kwakunini. nyaka.
No, I cannot recall the year.
Is it possible for you to, at when in the year it was it in the beginning, middle, or end of the year that she told you this, or can you also not recall that?
Ungakwazi ukukhumbula mhlawumbi into kokuba ingaba kwakusekuqaleni konyaka okanye esiphakathini okanye ukuya ekupheleni konyaka?
Andisakhumbula.
I can't recall.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for this witness. Or let me just first ask you this. Do you have any personal interest in the outcome of this matter?
Ingaba unawo wona umdla kunokwakho ngeziphumo zayo yonke lento singayo apha?
Andiqondi uba ndinayo.
I don't think I do.
Don't think you do.
Awuqondi uba unayo? No.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Advocate Butler.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions.
Mr. Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Jovela, good afternoon.
Uyabulisa.
Molo tata.
I just want to pick up on the last question that my learned friend raised with you as to the timing when you were allegedly sent the screen grabs from, when you say you sent the screen grabs from Miss Mengo. Could it be in late 2022?
Ndifuna ke ukubuyela kulaa mbuzo wokugqibela ubukhe wabuzwa ngoxa wampha mayelana ke nalento yezi screenshots kanye imifanekiso oye wayithunyelelwa ingakumbi kwindima ephathiselene nexesha. Kungenzeka mhlawumbi uba into yoba kwakusiyiwa phaa ngasekupheleni konyaka ka-2022 mhlawumbi?
Andisayikhumbuli tu. Andifuni uphosisa.
No, I'm not able to recall at all. I don't want to lie.
You do recall that she told you that she told the person who was sending her messages that I'm not that kind of a woman. Not so?
Usayikhumbula ke okokuba wathi yena kuwe utshilo kulo ebemthumelela ezi zinto into kokuba yena kaselulo olo hlobo lomuntu obhinqileyo njalo. Kunjalo? Yes.
Did she say to you that she told that judge via WhatsApp or verbally?
Ingaba utshilo na kuwe okokuba lo jaji lowo ke wayemxelela wamxelela esebenzisa unxibelelwano luka-WhatsApp okanye wamxelela ngomlomo?
Ayizange ayicacise ke uba watsho kanjani.
She did not specify or give details as to how she told him.
Now, it is not the case. Sorry, let me put it this way. The incident you are talking about where she sent to you pictures of screen grabs was one incident. In other words, there were not too many incidents when she was sending you screen grabs.
Sorry, Councillor, I think I lost you there a bit.
I'm saying this interaction about the screen grabs that she sent to you, this occurred in one incident, in a single incident.
Lento ke yokunxibelelana nokuthumelwa kwakhe le mifanekiso utshilo na kuwe into kokuba yinto eyenzeke isihlandlo sasinye ukwenzeka kwayo?
Akazange nabe atsho uba yenzeke izihlandlo ezingakanani, nam zange ndimbuze.
She did not elaborate as to how many times this occurred. I also did not ask her.
Oh, let me put it this way. Let me maybe rephrase the question. She informed you about this judge who was sending you pictures.
Ukwazisile wena mayelana nalo judge othumela yena imifanekiso.
In a
Yes.
single WhatsApp on one day.
Lo mifanekiso okanye ezo screenshots zithunyelwe ku WhatsApp wemini enye.
Yena uzithumele zivela kuye ku WhatsApp wemini enye andiyazi umuntu umthumelele zikangakanani.
When she sent to me, she sent them in one WhatsApp communication. I do not know now as to the sender to her, how many times did he send her such?
And it is not the case that each time that the judge in question sent her a picture, she will forward it to you for safekeeping. That's not the position.
Ibingeyo meko apho sizawuthi ke ngoku xa lo judge kuthethwa ngaye ethe wathumela loo nto ayithumelayo yena uMiss Mengo uzawumane ethumela apha kuwe qho ethunyelelwa ngapha uthumela kuwe ayonto ekumila kunjalo. No.
So she sent you this as a compendium of images, like 3 of them, that had been sent in the past. Is that what she said?
Ukuthumelele ke ngoko le mifanekiso ibe iyimifanekiso ibithunyelwe kuye ngaloo mini ibidlule okanye ngaloo mini seyidlulile ngayo. Nje bethumela kuwe nje bezithunyelelwe ezi pictures ngaloo mini bethunyelwe ngayo.
Andizazi zazifike nini kuye but mina wandithumelela ngela xesha zizontathu.
I do not know as to when these pictures were sent to her, but to me, they were sent by her at that particular moment.
May I just intervene and ask, how many times did she send you pictures? Was it the only once or many times?
Ukuthumelele imifanekiso kangaphi yena ukuthumele kanye okanye makhona namanye amathuba ke wakuthumelela khona imifanekiso.
Wandithumelela kanye ngela xesha sasithetha.
She sent me only once, my lady, at that particular time when we were chatting.
In other words, she sent the 3 pictures together.
Ngamanye amazwi yomithathu le mifanekiso uvele wayithumela ngaxeshanye kuwe. That is correct, Chair.
Chair, I do want, for purposes of this next question, to circulate an extract of the record of transcript of proceedings, just for purposes of reference. I could put it to the witness, but I thought that for purposes of convenience, I could share it with you. I don't intend it to be an exhibit, but just for purposes of reference. May I do so?
I suppose you could do that. Is it for the purpose of putting complainant's version?
Yes.
To the witness?
Yes. In relation to these things.
Okay. In as much as that document will accurately reflect what you want to put to the witness, then you may do so.
Yes.
so that there is no argument, for example, that you are misrepresenting what the complainant said.
Yes.
I assume you have given to your colleagues as well.
Please, yeah.
Yes.
Miss Jovela, and I've decided to put in a transcript of the proceedings in front of you, which I will refer to for your own convenience and for the convenience of the tribunal. But let me just give you what the essence of what was said by the complainant in these proceedings. She was dealing with what she alleged was a picture sent to her by the JP of the private parts. You understand?
Apha ke phambi kwakho kukhona ukuchwethezwa kwerekhod ngeqhuba besiqhuba ke inkqubo yengxoxo imibuzo neempendulo ibiphathelene nentetha yakhe uMiss Mengo ethi wayethunyelelwe umfanekiso wobudoda okanye yendawo yakhe yangasese uJP.
And
Sisavana? Yes.
And for the record, Chair, it's in the first page of the document in line 2 as well as line 4 in the transcript that I've just distributed. And she identified it as a document at page 47. You don't have to go there for this purpose.
Uyichazile ke ba ikuphepha u47 kodwa akasizuya kuyo u47.
And over the page in the transcript, she was asked by the evidence leader, Advocate Skiepers, whether she had forwarded that picture to someone else.
Kwimibuzo ke ebeyibuzwa nguadvocate Skiepers uye wambuza into yoba ingaba ukhona na umntu aye wamthumela le mifanekiso kusini na.
She confirmed that she did send it to someone else, and it turned out that person was a Mr. Kono who had passed away. Kona, who had passed away. It's in the middle of the sentence, Chairperson, line 9.
Uyingqinile ke okubana ewe ukhona umuntu ongumnumzana ukona waye wabelana naye ke ngale mifanekiso ngelishwa ke sewasweleka akasekho.
And then, sorry, is it not becoming too convoluted for the witness? Why not take it in installments?
Okay.
Give her the chance to respond to what you put to her. First, as understood that you were putting to her that the complainant said she had sent you a picture of the private parts. What is your comment on that?
Uthi ummangali waye wakuthumelela umfanekiso welungu langasese uthini wena kuloo ndawo.
Wayengithumelele uthi Andiswa.
You mean Andiswa?
Yes, Andiswa told the court that she sent you a picture of a man's private parts.
uandiswa lo uthe apha kwingxoxo yetyala yena wathumelela wena umfanekiso welungu langasese lwendoda.
Kunjalo, Chair.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Sorry. Some turn. I said she told the court, blah, 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 and you say yes. You said, Kosa, you said?
Kunjalo.
Yes. Kunjalo what?
Kunjalo.
Yintoni le buyingqina usithi kunjalo?
Kunjalo ukuba uandiswa wandithumelela umfanekiso welungu lobudoda.
That is correct, Chair, that she indeed sent me a picture of a male private part.
Yes. Mr. Madonsela?
Thank you, Chair. I've been taken off the line of my questioning, and the point I was asking you, the Chair, the point I was making, Chair, is to draw a distinction between sending a picture in a compendium of 3 and sending them singularly. And then you took me off the tracks now when you put in the broad proposition ultimately, and I was taking it step by step. I now have to gain my tracks again and say, Miss Jobela, the transcript reveals that what the complainant said is that she first sent the picture of the private part, single picture of private part, to Mr. Corner, who passed away.
Eyona nto aza kuyo uthi lo umangaleyo uthe uqale wathumela umfanekiso welungu langasese lomntu oyindoda elithumela kumnumzana uKona. Umnumzana uKona ke ngulungasekhoyo.
And then when she was asked by the chairperson of the tribunal, sorry, when you were asked by the evidence leader, chairperson, I'm looking at page 44, line 15, whether you sent it to someone else as well, that picture, the only picture, single picture.
Wathi xa ebuzwa ke ngoku kwakhona ebuzwa ngu-advocate Skeppers into yoba ingaba uyithumele emntwini omnye na le nto yalo mfanekiso weli lungu langasese lomntu oyindoda.
And Miss Mengo responded and said, yes, she sent it to you.
Waphendula ke yena Miss Mengo ngelithi ewe uyithumele kuwe xa ebebuzwa uba uthumele emntwini omnye kuphela wathi yena ewe wayithumela kuwe.
Now, is it correct, if I just understand your evidence, it is not correct to say she sent you a picture, a single picture to you, as it appears in the transcript?
Ingaba ke ngoku ingaba ndingatsho ndithi ayisiyonyani okanye ayiyo xa ezawuthi yena ukuthumelele umfanekiso omnye kuphela ewuthumela kuwe. Ayinjalongo. Ndinyanisile.
Wandithumelela ii-pictures ezintathu njengoba besenditshilo, counsel.
As I've testified, counsel, she sent me 3 pictures.
Now, the other pictures that you refer to, which is the picture of a lake in Chambers. Now, that picture you have been shown, it appears at page 58, it's at the end of volume 1.
Kubekho ke ngoku lo mfanekiso walo mlenze busosichazele ngawapha uthi wayekuthumelele wona apha kwiphepha u58.
It is not, what we are merely it appears at paragraph at page 58. At the
Ingaba oyithethayo uthi lo umfanekiso olapha kuphepha u58 ukuthumelele wona njengoko unjalo ngohlobo esubona ngalo apha utsho.
Kunjalo, Council.
That is correct, Council.
And in relation to the other picture which you described as an internet picture, can I please ask you to go to, may I please have your data to share to find the relevant page?
Maybe Advocate Skip.
I did not refer to that, but I don't know if it is page 36, annexure H1 and 2 that you are referring to.
Yeah, except that my one is not that clear. I'm not sure whether the witnesses volume 1 is clear.
Page 36, the one that's highlighted with H1, H2.
Yes.
Yeah, we have it.
Is it
Yeah,
clear?
Yvonne? Yvonne, Anne? Yeah, I can see it.
Is that the more or less the picture that you think she sent to you, which you refer to as an internet picture?
Ingaba ungatsho into okokubana nguwo lo mfanekiso wayekuthumelele wona lo othi xa uthetha ngawo uphuma apha kwi-internet.
Nguwo kanye, Council.
That is exactly the picture, Council.
So basically, in relation to, let me talk for now about the picture, the internet, let me call it the internet picture and the lake picture. All that you are testifying about is that she sent you those pictures at some time that you cannot recall.
Ungabe uyavumelana namna xa ndizawuthi kuwe ndizawuthi xa ndithetha ngayo le mifanekiso ndithi lo umfanekiso ngulo we-internet kube khona nalo mfanekiso womlenze. Ingaba uthi yile mifanekiso le wayekuthumelele yona yena yasuka kuye yeza kuwe ithunyelwa nguye.
Kunjalo, Council.
That is correct, Council.
When you went back to your office, you spoke to your judge, Judge Togota.
Ekubuyeleni kwakho eofisini yakho uthi uye wancokola nojaji lo wakho uJudge Tokota.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Now, I'm struggling to allocate, to assist you remember the time when these messages were sent out, or these screen grabs were given to you. Was it any time, are you aware of the fact that the Miss Mengo publicized certain chats between her and the JP on her WhatsApp?
Ndiyanzinyelwa ke ukuzama ukukhawulelana nemeko yokukhumbula kwakho ixesha nesuku kodwa ke ingaba unalo ulwazi lwento kokuba uMrs Mengo lo uke wazibeka phaya esidlangalaleni kwi-status sika WhatsApp incoko yakhe no JP. Uyayazi loo nto?
Kunjalo.
That is correct. I know that.
In relation to that incident, when did Miss Mengo send you the WhatsApp pics or screenshots that you're talking about here? Was it before or after that?
Ngokuphathelene ke ngoku kule nto yale mifanekiso oyithunyelelwe nguye, ingaba imifanekiso le uyithumele ngaphambi kokuba ubone izitatuses eziya wena okanye uqale wabona izitatuses ezi ngaphambi kokuba uthunyelwe imifanekiso?
Istatus ndizibone emva kokuba ebesendithumelele imifanekiso.
I saw the statuses after she had sent me the pictures.
Do you remember how long after that?
Usakhumbula uba mhlawumbi yenzeke emveni kwexesha elingakanani leyo? Yobona kwakho istatus emveni koba ekuthumele imifanekiso thatha ixesha elingakanani?
Akhange kube kudala tu council. Akhange kube kudala mhlawumbi andiyazi mhlawumbi ndingathi ibe ngaphansi kweveki.
It was not too long after, if I could estimate and say maybe it was just under a week.
So, if the statuses were uploaded in Mengo status around November, December, if I may, in December, if I say to you, the statuses by Miss Mengo were uploaded, Solomon, the screenshots were uploaded by Miss Mengo on her status around December 2022. And more particularly on the 3rd of December 2022, is that around the same time that you think you may have had this discussion with Miss Mengo?
Ukuba ndingathi kuwe ezi status zakhe uMrs Mengo uzifake malunga nenyanga kaDisemba umhla ngowesithathu unyaka ngo-2022. Ndicela ukwazi ke into yoba ingaba mhlawumbi nawe ungaba kanti le mifanekiso uyithunyelwe malunga nelo xesha nawe?
Kunganjalo council.
It could be so, Council.
So in relation to that time, November, late November or early December, and I'm not putting you down to a specific date, the allegations that Miss Mengo made against the respondent in this matter are that the judge president sent him the private parts picture in May 2022.
Ngokuphatheleke nalo mcimbi phakathi kwenyanga kaNovemba ukuya apha ekuqaleni kuDisemba, ndizokukunika ke ngcakasana usuku okanye idate. Xa sifika ke kwizityholo ezi azitshoyo ke uMrs Mengo into yokokuba uJP lo umthumelele umfanekiso welungu lakhe langasese phaa kwinyanga kaMeyi kunyaka ka-2022.
There is an intervening period of 6 months between May, roughly 6 months between May and November or December.
Kuphinde kube khona ukubonakala kwexesha elininzi elikhoyo phakathi kwezi nyanga ukusuka kwinyanga kaMeyi ukuya phaa kule nyanga ke kaDisemba ekuqaleni okanye ukuya kuNovemba noDisemba.
In that intervening period, did you and Miss Mengo have regular interaction?
Kweli xesha ke silibalayo ingaba wena noMrs Mengo nikhe nanalo unxibelelwano okanye into ebangela into okokubana nibe nokuthethathethana?
Ewe, besithethathethana council kuba sisebenza kunye. Sometimes umsebenzi uyasidibanisa apho kude kufuneka into yoba mhlawumbi sibe kunye kwi-office eyi-1, mhlawumbi masiba ndithi Mthatha ndihlale naye kwi-BNB enye.
Yes, Council, we would converse. As I've stated before that we worked together, there will be moments where we will be in the same court. If I may give an example, if we are in Umtata, we will be residing in the same bed and breakfast. So we will converse.
And in that period, did she ever make mention to you of an incident or instance where the JP had sent her a picture of a private part?
Kwelo xesha ke lokokuba nibe niyathethathethana kuba nindawonye phakathi kwela xesha likaMeyi ukuya ke kuNovemba noDisemba, bekhe kwakhona ithuba apho aye wabelana nawe ke ngeenkcukacha zento okokuba uJP lo uke wamthumelela umfanekiso welungu lobudoda langasese? Uke wayikhankanya loo nto kwesaa sigaba selaa thuba ke bani kunye?
Zange ayithethe nam, sithethe ngolu hlobo into yezi le nto beyithetha kum athi yenziwa ngujaji. Wayithetha ngoWhatsApp singabonani ngelaa xesha linye once.
She has never spoken to me about this in a sense of us being together one-on-one. She made mention of this via WhatsApp when we were talking via WhatsApp, and it was a once off on that day.
What is this?
Intoni le uthi wayethethe ngayo ngela xesha eyithetha ke ngolu nxibelelwano luka WhatsApp, intoni leyo?
Le nto yalo jaji athi uyamhlukumeza umthumelela ii-pictures nee-messages.
This issue of this particular judge, whom she's alleging that he is abusing her, sending her pictures as well as messages.
As the witness is taking a comfort break with water, I would like a short stand down to just take some aspect of the transcript which I've asked that the juniors and the attorneys should check for me, and then we can come back. And I do not intend to leave this witness hanging for too long. I do intend to finalize my consideration of a testimony today in less than 15 minutes. Hopefully.
Yes, but there are other aspects of evidence which are not clear. I don't know, maybe we should leave that for you. Maybe you will, but I have. There are other aspects of the evidence which are not clear to me. You will call us when you are ready.
Yes.
We'll adjourn for a short period. Mr. Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions, but looking at the hour, it might not be. I will want to finalize the items or the topics that I wish to cover with this witness through the evidence. I propose that at this stage we roll over the matter till tomorrow to finalize with this witness.
Okay. What does everyone else say?
I have no objection, Chair.
That's fine, Chair. No objection
Yes.
from us.
The witness is all the way from the Eastern Cape. Is she accommodated with regard to tomorrow traveling back?
Yes.
She's accommodated, Chair, in the hotel.
In that case, proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow 9:30. We adjourn.